Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order and welcome to the second day of our City Council Priorities Study Session. And it's also a special session of the City Council. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our Statement of Values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice to all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please read the notices as well?
Yes, Statement of Behavioral Standards. The
Yes.
City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much. And so I want to welcome everyone and welcome to the public to the second day of our priority setting session. We had a really excellent day yesterday. So I'm going to turn it over to
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
did you want me to read the other?
Oh, sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm ahead of myself. I'm going to get so excited. Okay.
The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department's order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distancing protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home. Members of the public can join via the link and/or call into Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name, last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Assistant City Clerk, for all those notices. And now I think we can move to, I believe it's the city manager or Dr. Spano. So I'm not sure who's taking over from the beginning.
Dr. Spano is going to kick us off today, and we should go to slide 126, Kendra, and then I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Spano.
Very good. If we could go to the next slide, please, Kendra. Yes. So what I'll do is I'll get us organized here for today, and then we'll move to public presentation. That will be the first public presentation comment period. And then we'll move into our first agenda item after that. Also want to say that the day as we have it scheduled to go just a little bit past 12, maybe 1 o'clock, we'll see how the time shapes up, but there will be another public comment, public presentation segment for the public to comment right before we break for the day. So with that said, let me set the context here for day 2. We will, in just a moment, review the pillars and review that in the context of COVID-19 and staff's response over the past year to the pillars and to the priorities that Council recommended and suggested last year. And that will take us through a good chunk of the morning, and then we will open up conversation for any future items that Council wants staff to consider or provide direction for staff. And at that point, we'll be ready to wrap up. Before we move on, I would like to ask Council members if there's any carryover items from yesterday, if there are any questions that you have from yesterday, outstanding questions, or any observations from yesterday's session that you would like to share. And not that there needs to be, I just want to make sure we close the loop on our very rich and robust discussion yesterday. So Council, any outstanding questions, issues, any observations from yesterday you would like to share? Not seeing any hands go up here. I think we can then move forward. Excellent. So let's move forward. Next slide. And Madam Mayor, I believe we are at public presentations. Yes.
Okay, very good. Assistant City Clerks, Simrat or Nora, do you have any members of the public that would
Yes,
like to speak?
we have 3 hands up. Our first speaker is Linda.
Welcome, Linda. You're muted, Linda. There you go.
It's backwards for the hands up, hands lowered. I had my hand lowered.
Okay, so would you like to speak, Linda?
Nope.
Okay, well, thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Shore.
Welcome back, Alex.
Thanks,
Alex?
Mayor Gilmore and staff. Good to be back on day 2. Congrats on a good first day. I got to hang with all of you for the day. Just wanted to follow up on my letter from last week. I don't know if folks had a chance to take a look, but we just want to ask the council to continue to prioritize community engagement. It was a priority in 2020 that became difficult to implement during the pandemic. I know Deanna and all your staff are working really, really hard on top priorities, and just want to again mention that community engagement, Catalyze SV believes, is a way to get the community more aligned on what its government is doing. It has the possibility to build greater trust in government decisions when more folks are brought to the table. And once they're at the table, they're able to have productive and collaborative discussions, even when they disagree. And we think that the city has a good community engagement policy already in place. We know staff is taking a look on how to improve that. And we just continue to stand ready as a community-based organization to help the city in any way we can on doing its community engagement work, and think that the dividends for the city are tremendous when you create a good community engagement policy. So we ask that you prioritize it again this year. It was a priority for last year, and we would like to see it continue to work on. We think the workload won't be too tremendous, and that once accomplished, you'll see some tremendous results from a great policy. So we had a nice discussion about last year. If anyone has any questions for us, what does it mean by community engagement, or how do we think about community engagement? Happy to talk more in detail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. And yes, we all did receive your letter, and we did prioritize our community engagement last year till everything went south. So hopefully we'll do it again this year. So thank you for your offer. I hope we take it up again this year.
Our next speaker is Kirk Vartan.
Welcome, Kurt.
Yeah, hi, thanks. So it's great to see the video of council members. I didn't see every council member on screen today, but it's great to see, kind of almost like feeling back in the council chambers again, and be able to look everybody. You can't really see us, but we can look you guys in the eye and see that everybody's kind of engaged and right here with us. So it was great. It's great to see all the videos on the screen. My topic for today is shocker, is testing and what that means to me. I'll give you a short story. I have my timer on here, so I won't go over time. That we went through, and I think this will continue to happen in our communities until we have a testing strategy for businesses. Our business in Sunnyvale had to close today and for the next at least 3 days. One, because one of our guys broke his arm on Sunday. But yesterday we found out that one of our other teammates, his wife, tested positive for coronavirus. And so now he has to go offline and quarantine. And now obviously our team has to we're all retesting our team to make sure everybody's safe. But until we actually have a surveillance technology or technique, the technology's out there, we just haven't implemented any of it. Until we can effectively monitor and closely see how we are as a community engaging with this virus and where it is in our community, it will continue to spread. We will continue to open up the businesses that are open. I'm talking about not the ones that are closed due to regulation, but the ones that are actually open will not be able to safely do so until we have a testing surveillance program in place. And we do not have that. Having once a week or once a month or twice a month is not a way to protect our team. The people staying at home, not a problem. They can get their 2-3 day test. But the people that go into work every day need to know that they are clear and that their teammates are clear. And until we have that plan, or until we have a strategy in place to do that, we continue to put the very people we depend on every day for the livelihoods and food and groceries and healthcare workers, for that matter. They have probably a different testing strategy, but all us other, kind of not as prioritized folks don't have that kind of luxury. We're not the 49ers that have testing capabilities every day. We need the city and the county to prioritize the teams that are here working in the field every day. And until we do that, you will see businesses open and close regularly because they have to quarantine. We're talking 10 days at a time, and that is not a successful business model for any business to just open and close, especially a food business that needs to manage inventory and produce and things that go bad. So we need to stay open. We want to stay open, but we need to do it safely, and we really need your help. So I'm glad to see COVID-19 is on your list today. Thanks so much.
And those are all your speakers, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Yes, COVID-19 is on our list. It's the top part of our list. So thank you for that. All right. So we have Dr. Spano. We don't have any more public presentations. We'll be back right before lunch for the public as well.
Excellent. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you. And Kendra, if we could go back to the slides, and we will get ready for our first agenda item here, which is COVID-19. I'll turn it over to the city manager in just a moment to talk about the city's emergency response and how that has impacted the pillars. And before we do that, I'd like to go to the next slide and just set the context for the pillars and refer us back to the pre-interviews that I conducted with each of the council members. So as you recall, one of the questions that I asked was getting your providing input on the pillars and what has changed from last year. And so probably no surprise, there was a lot of agreement among the 7 of you that there's a need to look at the pillars through the lens of COVID and the current budget deficit. And here's a quote from one of you: "We are limited in what we can do with the current goals, with the current pillars." And other suggestions that were offered when doing the update on the pillars describe what did not happen in 2020 because of COVID, not in a way of blaming, but a way of understanding and taking a realistic view of what your situation is. And then also to be careful about adding new items that are not basic services. And coming back to that yesterday, the idea of really focusing in on what is critical. that leads to another point that came out of the interviews, that it is helpful to make a distinction between what is urgent, what is critical and needs immediate attention, and what is important. Yes, it's important. It'll stay on staff's work plan, but it doesn't rise to the level of urgency of needing immediate attention or action. There was also a suggestion of making a distinction between what is in the city's control, what you can control, what you have authority over, and then what is outside of your control under some other authority or some other jurisdiction. So that helps set the stage for your thinking about the pillars as we come into today, because today is really about the pillars. And as the public comment was just made, how COVID impacts those particular pillars. I would also just like to make a couple other comments coming out of the interviews and coming out of the discussion yesterday. And I just want to acknowledge how challenging it must be being a council member in this environment. I don't think it's ever easy to be a council member, but particularly in this environment of COVID, public health, public safety, as well as resource budget limitations and constraints. And you have big complex problems in front of you. And then the national context, political context of division and polarization, these are just layered on to make your job as public servants even more difficult than it would normally be. So I just want to acknowledge that. And then I would also like to acknowledge, going back to the discussion yesterday about norms. And it seems to me that the norms that govern relations between council members as well as between council members, staff, and the public are even more important in a environment, a resource constrained environment, than a resource rich environment. And I was very heartened by the conversation yesterday about norms. I'm a communication professor. This is my specialty on the soft stuff. Not that it's not important, but not legal, procedural issues that are in MOUs and that are in ordinances, but the more soft norms that you all agree to abide by because you think they'll be effective. And I just want to emphasize some things that came out yesterday that I think will be very helpful for you all as you move forward. There was a lot of discussion yesterday around the norm of respect, respecting each other, respecting staff, respecting the community, respecting the public process and the political process. And several of you mentioned that respect shows itself in ways in which you can disagree, which comes with the territory. It comes with being a council member. You're going to have disagreements, but doing that in a productive way that's not personal, that's not about attributing motives and intent, and operating out of what you believe is in the best interest of the city and in the best interest of the community. And so I think those norms are going to serve you well. And I was very appreciative of the conversation and the candor that you had in articulating those norms. And I'll just put this out there. I think given that conversation and you all following through on those norms, I think puts you in a position to be a very strong council in a very difficult environment that's going to lead Santa Clara into this next phase, which is a critical period over this next 6 months. Where is the city going? What's happening with COVID? What's happening with the environment? What's happening with the budget? And that I think what is possible here is this council can be at the cutting edge, at the forefront of leading the community back to, and I'll just put this in parentheses, something that's approaching normal. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be hard. There's priorities, tough decisions to make. You can't do everything you want to do. But I think that is the discipline that's necessary to make this, to enable this council to lead Santa Clara back. So I put that out there as a sort of aspirational context for you all to operate in, and I'm just very pleased to be here and whatever I can do to help. So we'll move forward from that setup here, and I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Santana, who's going to talk about the pillars in light of the COVID-19 and the emergency declaration. Deanna, you are up.
Thank you. And Sean, I really like your comments in that they express the opportunities and possibilities of where we're going. I just want to share a little bit about some context setting of where we're coming from, because just like this past year has been a lot of pivoting and quick changes to address the pandemic, the last 3 years have been shaped by a lot of reform for this organization. This organization has been under considerable amount of change, as well as implementing and addressing many critical issues, one of which is the $116 million deficit in the 5-year forecast that former city managers had put together and presented to the council. And it was our charge 3 years ago to mitigate that deficit, and we did, down to $13 million, working very hard and turning every leaf over and looking under every rock. And we have come from a very different place in 3 years. I want to mention in terms of the pillars that there are 2 here that were amended at the last policy setting session. And the reason is that it made a more strategic sense. The first was manage strategically our workforce capacity and resources. The previous pillar was just about staffing levels. And understanding that the staffing levels could just be numbers on a page, what we really needed to do was to look at strategically what is our capacity and what resources do we have to support our efforts. Meaning that in an environment that is highly manual, which is our environment, workload capacity has very different meaning than a very technical environment, which is where we're trying to get to. The other is promote sustainability and environmental protection. There had been a lot of discussion about climate action plan, that it was dated and needed to be updated. And there are certainly a lot of different areas in this region that promote sustainability. And we wanted to make sure that we had a strong imprint on sustainability, and the council was wise to adopt it as a pillar. I just want to also state that while this is not a perfect process, there's not one process that is, we do use these pillars as guiding areas of service for which we have many initiatives that support the work below the pillars. For today, we're offering no amendments. We will ask the council as action number 3 to consider adopting these pillars for purposes of creating vision going forward, as well as our budget development process. So let's go to the next slide. So,
City Manager, Councilmember Jane, do you have a question on that, or would you like to let her finish the presentation?
Yeah, I actually had a question at the end of Sean's remarks, and what I wanted to point out is that, I'm struggling with these pillars because a lot of them just seem like apple pie, high quality, efficient services and infrastructure. It's like, isn't that obvious? And, the pillars really haven't changed in the last 3 years. I looked at the pillars for the last 3 years, and I'm trying to get to, I see that really budgets reflect our priorities, and I really want to understand how defining these pillars drive our budget process. And so I'd just like to understand a little bit better the purpose of the pillars. And then I couldn't really find any description on the city's website of what these pillars really mean. So I know that at every council agenda, they always talk about how a particular item fits in with the pillars. But I'm really trying to understand how this really drives our budgeting process.
So this has been a work in progress of bringing meaning and business purpose to the pillars. And I'll share with you some areas of how we have advanced those interests. These are very aspirational comments, and I don't disagree that they're apple pie. But they do provide some breakdown in terms of the goals from a multi-department perspective in terms of where are we all trying to get to and what are the initiatives that support those goals. Couple of things that we have done. If you look at the documents in your packet, we do bring the initiatives that come out of this session into the budget development process, and you will see some past matrices that we provide as part of the budget document of what has been absorbed through workload as well as what needs additional resources for the council to consider during the budget development process. That has been very handy in terms of being transparent around what comes out of this process and then how it gets into a budgeted status. We've also internally in our budget database, we have now started to code different efforts as well as resources for tracking how the dollars are invested in each of these pillars. And so that's work that is being done behind the scenes as just part of our budget processing so that we can query to understand we have X number of FTEs assigned to this pillar or investment of resource dollars. We also track capital projects by pillars so that we're able to distinguish how capital projects fit in support of the pillars. As well as we have begun to put the pillars on each of our council reports and code in the system so that we can track the number of items that we are producing and the content of the report that supports each of these pillars. It's not a perfect science. It's for purposes of tracking and understand level of investment and how we have resources assigned. I don't know, Ken, if you're on the line, if you want to talk or expand on the budget process, if there's any more to share.
Thank you. No, I think what you've described is very accurate. You know, we've through the CIP, we track all the capital projects by pillar, and then on the operating side, as city manager mentioned, to the extent those items on the matrix are included and funded in the budget, we've segregated those investments and described them by pillar. I just want to add that, you know, part of the budget award that we received last year, the best practice is to align our budget by council priority. And so that was accomplished, and we did receive that award. Thank you.
Last, I'll just mention, because this is the next slide, is that, and I don't mean this as any criticism to the organization. I think the council and some of the departments had raised similar concerns, is that the departments in some cases felt very siloed. And there was a strong interest through our employee survey, as well as through our management meetings, of breaking out of that feeling of being siloed. The pillars work with us in terms of working more on a multi-department level. For instance, you cannot promote sustainability without having multiple departments in the room to brainstorm on how we advance that pillar. Similarly, we have adopted an annual report that we put out to the community before the year ends that reports and holds us accountable of key initiatives and key focus areas of service delivery that isn't stated as departmentally, but more on what's the initiative at hand and how does it fall within the pillars. It's not perfect, but it has brought us a long way over the past years.
I guess I'm trying to understand, are there activities the city has that are not in these pillars, and are they being de-emphasized or budget taken away from them? You know, it seems like and then when will we get reports for how much budget is spent on each of these pillars?
So there aren't any activities that fall outside. I'm trying to think of generally there are foundational activities. For instance, I'm thinking of risk management. That doesn't necessarily fall under a particular pillar, but it is a foundational service that supports all of these pillars. So there are some foundational service areas that that just serve as in support of the service delivery. The budget is coded, so I don't, based on, I know there are some number of vacancies within our budget, so I would ask Ken if there would be, if we have the capability based on resources to produce our budget with a stated value of investment by pillar.
Thank you, City Manager. I would say that tracking actuals by pillar is a work in progress. Our PeopleSoft financial system would need some recoding in order to kind of get there. It's on our work plan. From a budget perspective, looking forward, we have some of the details with regards to the pillars, but to get actuals would take some additional work and resources to recode and align our systems together.
Thank you.
See, Mayor, anything else, Councilmember Jane?
No, that was it. I was just trying to get sort of an overall context, but I think I have it now.
Excellent. Mayor Gilmore, see your hand raised.
Thank you. And I understand the question, and I understand a lot of times it's hard to really grasp this situation, because you look at these and you go, oh yeah, that of course that makes sense. Why wouldn't we do those things? And it's hard to just imagine this, but at some point you have to take yourself, especially as an elected official, to a different plane, to looking at things at a higher level. And we have worked on these pillars over the years to really fine tune what we have. I look at them as, this is our vision, this is our foundation, this is our structure, these are our values. And within all of these things, and you'll see there's, transportation, environmental issues, housing, these are what we find. These are our priorities, what's important to us, and everything. We're going to build the city, under each of these, as you get more specific under each of them. But they're the overarching, goals, vision, foundation of what we hold as valuable. These are our values for the city. So I think it's hard to take them, and I see, council members struggle with, well, what does that really mean? And, of course I'm going to say that, it just makes sense. Doesn't everybody want that? But no, we have to define what those goals, aspirations, and the foundation. And we give this is our policy. We give the staff our foundation, and then they help build underneath it. So I know it's a hard concept, because it's not something you can touch and grab and say, this is it. But you have to have some kind of vision to set the foundation and the policy, and then the staff works underneath it. So I just wanted to give you, from my perspective, what we've been working on over the years, to really define these pillars. And a lot of them overlap. So that's also a bit, unsettling. They're overlapping. So it's not specific. They don't fit in neat little corners. It's just, again, a foundation of a house, a foundation of a city. This is what we hold important. I just wanted to give it from an elected's perspective. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I guess I was confused by pillars versus priorities, because if these are our priorities, and every activity fits in these priorities, then everything is a priority. And usually priority means that you're selecting certain key things and leaving other things out. So that's where I was confused. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, reactions? And thank you for that, Councilmember Jane. I think it's really helpful to just go back to basics. What are the pillars? How do the pillars function? What is the budget? How do they align to budget? I think those are really fundamental questions, but important questions to ask.
I do want to comment, though, that on Councilmember Jane's statement, it is important for us to look at priorities, as we are no longer in a growth strategy, and certainly we've demonstrated less resources. In order to really meet the needs of the council and the vision of the council, honing in on what exact outcomes are desired, I think are going to be really important so that we meet those needs and are laser focused on what's important and urgent for the council. Getting back to the slide here, it has been my pleasure to implement an annual report to the community that demonstrates by pillar all of the different initiatives and areas of focus, in addition to the regular service that we continue to provide. It is, this has been a big step, and this list is impressive just in any regular environment for providing services. But being able to provide the 2020 accomplishments within the context of our COVID programs and how quickly we were able to pivot and implement a series of programs is even more impressive, and really does show the will of the city organization, and particularly our staff, how creative and how resourceful we are when challenged with tasks that are in our community's best interest. I want to go to the next slide. It's important to state that every pillar has been impacted by COVID. There are supporting stories or sets of events, but the pillars that are work for meeting the needs of COVID have fallen under the 4 boxed pillars on the screen, and that's to enhance economic, housing, and transportation development, enhance high quality services, manage strategically our workforce capacity and resources, and enhance community engagement and transparency. But all of the other pillars have been impacted in some way, and certainly you've seen those in changes to services or canceled programs or canceled events. Next slide. We continue to share with the community our response efforts. In our revamped Santa Clara Inside magazine, we had an insert that inventoried all of the different relief efforts that we've been providing. I shared earlier during the conversation that we included a utility bill insert that will also remind residents where they can call for assistance, as well as the inventory of services that we have provided. Next slide. So what have we provided? I just want to go through the list here. And it's a long list, so I'll speak quickly, but at the same time, make sure that I cover everything so that it's common knowledge for us. The first is we developed the Small Business Assistance Grant Program. I mentioned that we yesterday we invested through council action about $1.7 million. We were able to give out $5,000 grants and $10,000 grants. We've also hosted some small business webinars in partnership with neighboring communities, as well as with a focus on economic recovery. We've implemented a cap on third-party food delivery ordinance through an ordinance for fees, as well as we provided through council action 6-month relief on garbage rates. We also launched a small business energy efficiency grant program, providing financial assistance for small businesses to implement energy efficiencies. We implemented by ordinance as well a temporary outdoor dining where we provide discounted or waived fees for permitting, as well as for helping small businesses ready up to provide outdoor services. We've offered payment extensions for TOT payments to the city and payment plans for hotels and motels. Next slide. We worked with the council to adopt a temporary moratorium on evictions and payment of rent, and we've been tracking that both at the county and state level to determine if any additional action is needed from the city council. We've offered and developed an emergency rental assistance program where $2.8 million was set aside to provide residents in need of assistance to catch up on rental payments. We've suspended service disconnections for our utilities for power and water so that any resident who is in need of or is not able to make payments, we make sure that they continue to get the resources from the city. We also have provided a $30 credit on all residential electronic bills for residents so that there is some payment relief shared throughout the city, as well as we've provided rate assistance where we are focused on $25 off of power charges for residents that are financially impacted. We also included a water and sewer rate assistance similar to the Silicon Valley Power's rate assistance program for residents that are experiencing hardships. Next slide. We continued, we are now at almost a year of having our Emergency Operations Center open daily and providing awareness throughout the community through weekly videos on the state of the emergency, as well as providing the organization support for managing our resources and making sure that we comply with all of the requirements at a federal and state level for operating under an emergency operations state. We distributed regular COVID updates to the community by way of newsletters, videos. We talked yesterday about the mayor at noon, as well as our weekly videos from the EOC. We issued a local state of emergency to maximize financial reimbursements for the city, as well as optimize our resources. Later, you'll hear me speak to the training that comes with making sure that everything that we do is documented so that we can maximize our reimbursements. We worked with the elected officials to support a community mask and face covering distribution program through the community so that as we began to require or promote masks, we made sure that our communities had access to masks and hand sanitizer. We developed internal FEMA recovery processes and provided the training so that when and as we work with FEMA for financial recovery, we have the best documentation in place to receive reimbursements back for all that we've expended. We also adapted to an essential service model under a very tight timeline with making sure that we determined what services were essential under the various orders and how we kept staff safe during the delivery of those services. And I think the most front-facing service was the annual cleanup, where our whole protocol was very different from past years, down to people in cars and how the debris or what was left out was sanitized before staff had to handle the materials. Let's go to the next slide. We secured $1.59 million through the CARES Act and worked with the council for how to distribute those funds within our portfolio at the time for COVID programs. We also continue to work with our federal and state lobbyists for the 2 to 10 million. At one point it was 34 million, but it's now in the range of 2 to 10 million of dollars that Santa Clara is flagged for receipt upon federal action. We also implemented virtual construction and building inspection options. We offer appointments, as well as we're looking at information that applicants provide virtually to keep their work going. We developed an outdoor activity permit program, a Help Your Neighbor program, where we've been able to receive donations from businesses as well as the community as a discretionary fund to help residents in need of financial support where our programs can't meet their needs. We also brought back the window at City Hall so that we can receive utility bill payments in person for those that like to come by City Hall and drop off their payments, as well as any other financial transactions. And at the same time, we implemented touchless credit card services so that everybody stayed safe while providing transactions through the city. Next slide. We launched our Healthy Meals Santa Clara program very quickly. And I just want to share that at first we were able to do this within a week's time, and it was at a cost to the city. And so we did some fundraising to help cover those costs. And shortly after a couple of cycles of food distribution, we were able to create a partnership with the school district so that we could qualify for free food through the USDA and get that food and maintain the Healthy Meals Santa Clara program at no cost to the city, except for the resources to distribute the food. We also adjusted our senior nutrition program for drive-through meals, as well as weekend food deliveries for about 150 to 180 seniors. And we're also able to get costs covered for the senior nutrition program. We delivered, I said number 29 too early, but we were delivering weekend meals to homebound seniors through our Firefighters Foundation, which has been a great partnership to make sure that our homebound seniors have predictable food deliveries. We were able to quickly negotiate a long sought partnership with the Salvation Army of Silicon Valley, where we also partnered with them to do weekly food distribution for people in need of food that removed the qualifications that the school district had just by virtue of having access to the free food through school district regulations, and gave us more discretion as to how we can pass out food for other folks in need. Let's go to the next slide. We have had several public meetings as well as public videos to advance the COVID shelter in place requirements, as well as we provide updates on every council agenda regarding the current state of COVID within the region. In lieu of the council's goal of town hall meetings, we put in place the Mayor at Noon, which is completely focused on COVID programs, as well as COVID leaders or key individuals that have supported COVID efforts within the community. We launched a Stay Covered Santa Clara outreach campaign, which its popularity was showcased in front of county officials, regional mayors, as well as regional city managers on Saturday. Lon was able to make a presentation of our different outreach programs, which have been replicated throughout the region. And so we, I think, are distinguished with some of our key outreach campaign programs in the region, and we obviously were able to present for others to borrow from. We have been recording video messages from the mayor as well as other council members on important updates to the community to make sure that you are familiar faces, you're a source of trust and interest for the communities to hear from. And we make sure also that our community celebrations have been available through video messaging and virtual opportunities. We established a city reference line for any individual in the community who seeks questions or answers on COVID programs. It's open from Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And the number is 615-2900. And so that line is handy for people to seek responses. And if they have individual issues that they're trying to work through with the city, that is a source for people to reach out. We quickly transitioned, not just for our council meetings, but boards and commissions, as well as any other public meeting that we have virtually, and have been relatively stable in being able to provide those services. Next slide. We have provided virtual recreation series of programs. They've been popular, combined with our library virtual programming. I shared at one of our COVID reports out that we had a global reach. When we kicked off Comic-Con, we had tens of thousands of people tuning in from around the world, and it became popular for people to put in the comments where they were tuning in from, which really goes to show that we are not only providing services to our community, but the folks that were tuning in were saying that they're just checking us out because they know that we are offering good services through our virtual programming and recreation series. We did implement scheduled bookmobile pickups at Northside and Mission Libraries. And we do offer drive-up library services. We are slowly escalating our library services over the next weeks until we can get to a fuller level of staff delivery. And we facilitated COVID testing sites. And I just want to mention that the comments that were made on testing, it really shows how far we have to go still with testing. We have said from the beginning of COVID that testing is key to our recovery, and the comments made and the ability to access testing and really bring it to scale is a good comment for demonstrating how far we have to go. And I would only state that we have farther to go when it comes to vaccinations and having access to the vaccinations. One item that I did not mention, and we won't find on the list, but we worked with the council to implement a worker protection ordinance so that as we recover, there is clear direction from a policy level on the council of how classes of workers are going to be able to return to work and the protections that are due them so that they can have a guaranteed position as we reopen. For item number 42, we have a number of policies that we've had to put in place as required by the state and federal guidelines, each of which had to be either coordinated with our labor groups or worked through so that our labor groups and our employees understood the policies that we were putting in place and the mandates that were coming at the state and federal level. And we've also had to develop very quickly citywide COVID-19 training, as well as protocols for how to report to work, the screenings that are in place for employees to present themselves at work, and making sure that as they report to work physically, that they are also keeping their other colleagues safe for those that have to be at work as well. At the same time, we developed remote access policy, recognizing that we quickly shifted to maintain operations remotely as required by the state order, which meant that IT had to deploy itself and make sure that we had the equipment in place as well as the policies in place so that our employees are focused appropriately on the work that needs to be completed. We added remote access capabilities to roughly about 170 staff, enabling 440 staff members to be able to work hybrid either at home or in the office certain hours. We launched intranet to increase information sharing. Our CSI Online has provided a lot more resources for staff to have access and to fill the connection as we work on more staggered schedules for safety purposes, as well as in hybrid, both in the office and remotely. And to provide tech support, we made our IT Tech Cafe more robust in terms of answering technology questions and helping during this transition. And I have to say that I think those are the technology support has just been top notch with respect to moving quickly, the many different services that we provide, and making sure that there's continuity of services. Next slide. We also quickly trained employees throughout all corners of the organization in the category of what it means to be a disaster service worker. And we maintain lists so that we can provide our commodity point of distribution for food. And it allows for us each time when we were at our highest peak, it took about 80 to 100 employees. And so we wanted to make sure that we were able to toggle between the 200 disaster service workers so that employees had some time to do their regular work, but at the same time avail themselves to work at CPOD for food distribution. We partnered with the Mission Community Fund, City Community Fund, to raise money for the Healthy Meal Santa Clara. And that was something that was very productive, and the partnership did yield thousands of dollars for us. We also worked with the firefighters for weekly support, and they have served as an agency that allows for us to have flexibility with distribution as well as other areas where the city was more limited. We pivoted very quickly and under the most unusual of circumstances to temporarily help set up the federal medical station at the Santa Clara Convention Center and coordinated with a number of regional organizations. This was a very large effort, and we were able to move very quickly with making sure that our needs were met and that the risk was managed, as well as that the organizations were able to deploy. I've already mentioned our Second Harvest Salvation Army creative partnership, and this was one that had been desired over the years, and this pandemic allowed for us to accelerate that partnership. And I just want to say that the partnership is, while in the Valley is where the partnership exists, it did have to go through the chain of command through the Salvation Army and through a separate board in San Francisco for the approval of that partnership. So let's go to the next slide. So with that said, I want to acknowledge that that's a large inventory of COVID programs and COVID efforts. And it has been done in the time of, if you look at yesterday's conversation of the transition of reducing our part-time staff, maintaining the hiring freeze to accomplish a higher vacancy level to meet the council's goal of no layoffs. And at the same time, when matched with the accomplishments for 2020 and the annual report that I put out, that is just a tremendous list. And I continue to say this is really the best team ever that I can say I've worked with. This is just such a fascinating group, and they're so highly committed. We did end the 2020 City Council policy priority setting session with 23 priority items. In your packet, there's a report on the items, and I just wanted to do a walkthrough since this is a specific area that the council had asked it wanted a report from. So in all, we completed 6 items. There is one that remains ongoing, and when you see it, it's naturally going to be an ongoing effort in that status for quite some time. As well as there were 16 items delayed, and not all of them were delayed where there was no action. We just didn't have the resources, or the regional focus wasn't necessarily moving on those items where we could join the effort. So let's do a walkthrough of those items. So we completed the correcting the pillar to add transportation to the pillar, as well as to add arts to the pillar. Those were easy items. Machado Park signage regarding closure and next steps. We got to the point of reopening the park, which is a great step. We did add other category to address processes for closing items under My Santa Clara. We have been depending a lot on My Santa Clara to receive input from the community, particularly work order efforts that residents see out in the community that they would like for the city to address. We did add additional information to the fiscal impact section of the staff report to make it more visible, as well as to make sure that the information covered the interests that the council had discussed last year. As well as we've been working on the noise issues within the region. And we have leveraged our new lobbyists to work with us and connect the dots at the federal level with the region's concerns on noise. Next slide. In terms of the ongoing item, we are working to coordinate and collaborate on addressing homelessness. With COVID, the orders have been very clear on not impacting homeless encampments, as well as we did provide and asked council to allow for us to enter an agreement with the county so that we can provide quarantine for homeless individuals in need of quarantining due to COVID. And so we do have a contract. We are in process of continuing and renewing that contract with the county so that we can continue to provide those services. Let's go to the next slide. So these are the items that we were either delayed or have been on hold. I did send an email out to the city council early after the emergency declaration that we would have to put certain items on hold so that there was no surprise and we were transparent around shifting priorities due to COVID. In terms of traffic mitigation, we had talked about smart city initiatives and left lagging lights. Our traffic conditions have obviously changed during COVID with higher levels of remote working, and this was an item that had been delayed. While we continue to talk about community benefit policies and programs as part of our specific plans, we did not come up with a completed community benefits policy for the council to consider, and that's certainly part of our natural dialogue when talking about development programs. The VTA transit-oriented community playbook, we did do some work. Particularly, we advocated against the VTA's proposal on the use of funds that were approved by voters. And we did advocate to continue the budget that voters approved. And I think that message was heard and we collaborated regionally. We also entertained the project that the VTA presented with respect to BART, as well as other transit-oriented efforts, and advanced our position very clearly to protect the interest of the city of Santa Clara. So I'm not going to say that we didn't do any work, because clearly their efforts that they advanced, we were able to respond and collaborate with the region on our priorities. In terms of expanding senior center hours or evaluating a potential new senior center, that was part of our growth strategy. Our focus this year was on food and making sure that homebound seniors were visited and provided the food that we knew they needed. Proactive policing to respond to property crimes. Policing has obviously continued. You look at the year-to-year results of public safety and crime results, they're pretty much holding the same year to year. But we do know that with changed economic status, there is higher risk and in fact, change risk. What we're seeing in Santa Clara, I know my own neighborhood has been impacted as well. There's mail theft, higher rates of mail theft, as well as other activity that has presented itself as new, likely because of COVID. RV parking update. We were not able to advance the RV parking update because obviously through the state orders, we have to be sensitive about individuals who are living in RVs and our abilities for policing or asking for them to move were limited. We did not explore the construction ordinance. However, I've already mentioned on wage theft protections, we were able to put forward the worker protection ordinance that helped with providing predictability of how employees would return to work. Next slide. So for market for active recruitment, because we were placed in a hiring freeze, our recruitments are very targeted to largely public safety as well as SVP and public works classifications. We continue to recruit for positions and with some of the recent positions that have been eliminated from other regional cities, it does give us an opportunity to target people that have skill sets within the public sector and are able to move over trained within public sector skill sets that I just mentioned. The workforce capacity study, it was originally entertained as the growth strategy to understand where there is capacity. We didn't think it was worth expending those funds because our capacity was ever changing because of either COVID induced impacts. And naturally the growth strategy was changing to one of hiring freezes and limitations on overtime, as well as releasing our as needed. And so it wouldn't really produce the results that the council had originally scoped out that it wanted to receive data for. Exploring collaborative engagement software and partnerships with Catalyze SV as well as targeted on development projects. I want to say that during the time of COVID and remote working, and looking at technology, this is an area that has really, really grown. We all receive a lot of emails from other vendors that have also provided the service. I do think it would benefit this organization as we look at this priority to do an RFI, to a request for information, to seek from the vendors what's out in the market so that we inform ourselves of the different tools that are out there and bring the best the inventory of tools to the organization as we learn how to continue to engage with the community remotely. We did reinstate the International Exchange Commission. We brought all of the documents to committee and eventually council so that the commission was reinstated. However, because there is a travel ban due to COVID, we stated that we would leave it inactive until we know that we can once again travel. That said, the council was clear that let's at least get the infrastructure put in place with standing the commission so that when we can travel again and engage in the sister city exchanges and support that effort, that we would be able to do that quickly. We did host instead of hosting the monthly town halls, the mayor began a weekly Mayor at Noon COVID program. We were able to sustain that until we began to reach the purple state. And then when the state did the complete shutdown again and had stronger restrictions, we determined that wasn't essential service that we could provide. And I know that there is some discussion about reinstating it, and we will look at it through the purple tiered lens. There was no reason to ensure community access at Levi Stadium during the time because, as we all know, even our stadium manager was restricted from certain services at Levi Stadium. And so that was placed on hold. The revisit recommendations from our community study, as well as the Levi Stadium with no activity, no non-NFL events, as well as several NFL events canceled. Any evaluation we thought could be postponed so that we can work on the COVID-related impacts to the stadium authority that we have brought before the council. Next slide. So I mentioned I did not mention there was an explore permit parking for North Side. We're not able to advance the red sticker program, largely because our resources were dedicated to COVID. And ensuring more revenue for non-NFL. This is one where it would take a conversation with the stadium managers. This isn't anything that I control as executive director, as the authority for revenue generating sits with the stadium manager and the quality of executed contracts and payments and things of that sort. However, we did continue to provide oversight as well as report to the council on their financial results on a quarterly basis. Next slide. Our parking lot items for 2020 that the council listed were public-private partnerships, particularly a community shuttle. I know that the MTC has provided grant opportunities for community shuttles. I've not seen any grant opportunities this past year. I think it's largely COVID related. The council put in the parking lot the business employee tax, which is surfaced as part of the discussion. Tenant protection ordinance, the council has done several short-term tenant protection ordinances. The state as well as the county has also worked in this area, but in terms of long-term, we did not advance any long-term tenant protection ordinances. We also did not work on an art center downtown, although the work for downtown has continued through the downtown task force. And in terms of revisiting the curfew issue, that also was a topic that was just left in the parking lot. So that concludes my presentation. Sean, I'm going to hand it over to you to facilitate the next part of the discussion or take any questions.
Excellent, very good. Thank you, City Manager Santana. And just so council knows and anybody following along, these are items number 6 and number 7 in your packet. And if you did want to look at that, what is in your packet is each one of those items is identified and then the pillar that it falls under. And then as Deanna just indicated, what the status of that is, whether that was delayed or whether it was accomplished. So you do have a slightly more detailed look of that in your packet. I also want to remind the council of the accomplishments that City Manager Santana addressed earlier, and then the council priorities and the update from 2020. So at this point, let's open it up for questions. I see a couple hands up, and these are questions and comments about accomplishments or the policy priorities from 2020. Let's go with Mayor Gilmore and then Council Member Jane.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the city manager for going over all of the especially the COVID related measures that the city has taken over the past 9 months. And I think that, you know, those of us that were on the council, we knew all the things you were doing, and we were aware of all, you know, the help to the community, you know, large and small. But this is the first time I've really seen it all put together in terms of, you know, the 50 some odd items. When we talk about, you know, focusing on COVID related issues, I think it really gives you a flavor of the enormity of the situation at hand and how the entire organization has had to pivot to address all of these issues to help so many people in need in the community. And there's still so many people out there that are still, you know, not as fortunate as any of us sitting here today. that have lost their jobs and are, trying to get food for their families and living day to day and paying their rent and everything else. I mean, we're also very fortunate, those of us that are here today, compared to what's happening out in the community. So when you put all of those efforts together, I think it's something that, first of all, is amazing, and you're not going to see other cities do what we do. But I'm really proud. I want to say, that's why I'm making the comment. I'm very proud of what we have accomplished together as an organization, with the leadership of the council and our city management and our city employees. To see what they've done, I think is really tremendous. But it also shows the level of dedication that it takes to get us through this pandemic. And I'd like the council to keep that in mind when we're going through setting the priorities today, that has to be still our number one priority. We're still in the middle of a pandemic. And I think that this really illustrates, still what is happening out there. So I just want to thank you, City Manager, for putting that all together, because it really sets the tone for today on what we're going to be talking about this afternoon. Thank you.
Very good. I was listening carefully as Deanna was going through the accomplishments and the response to COVID, and I noticed how that aligned nicely with what Council said yesterday when we asked on the warm-up about accomplishments. Responding to COVID, serving the most neediest in the community was such an important factor for Council. And then Mayor Gilmore, you just saw how that was all put together by staff. So lots of really fantastic work. Councilmember Jane, and then Councilmember Watanabe.
Yeah, thank you, Deanna. That was a very impressive list. I had a question about how many staff people in total you thought were involved with all of these activities. I know for the CPOD, you said there were 80 to 100 staff people involved to distribute food. And I'm wondering, I volunteer with Second Harvest to package food in boxes and so on. What role do you see of community members that want to volunteer that could maybe offload some staff work, and then just give people in our community the opportunity to volunteer?
I do think that tightening up on our volunteer efforts is going to be how we sustain our work going forward. The restrictions that we have with our volunteers through the city is we do have to process everyone and go through fingerprinting as well as other types of screenings. And particularly in the programs where youth are involved, as well as with our partnership with the schools, we were by far more limited in how we can use volunteers. That restricts us in terms of a workload issue for getting volunteers through the process of screening. I do want to look at other creative partnerships that we can use where volunteers are brought in through perhaps a third party and the partnership with the city, not as a way of diminishing the screening process. That's not my suggestion. I'm just acknowledging that as a government, we do have different screenings that are required, and through churches or through nonprofit organizations, there is a different level of volunteerism that could present itself that could really help with sustaining the scale and the magnitude of this effort, recognizing that we're in this business for at least another 8 to 9 months. So the partnership, I would say, and with nonprofits or with churches is a good component for us to explore, or any other service-oriented organization, so that we have a bigger reach. In terms of the numbers, I would say everyone in the organization has been impacted in some way. I can share with you just a quick story with the annual cleanup. We had staff members from water and sewer making themselves available to help with the annual cleanup. We were moving employees from different departments because the annual cleanup was staff intensive. It had a very different level of protocols, and to keep on schedule with the annual cleanup, it did take a lot of creativity, and I saw employees from water and sewer, as well as other departments, just make themselves available, knowing that the task was at hand and that we had a schedule that we needed to meet. And so that really has been the the theme of this organization. I know staff in the manager's office goes over to library to help with some of the analytical work and the budget development work, as well as we are deploying staff in different departments just to work to task rather than maintain their department assignments. So I don't have an exact number, but I do know every department has been impacted by creative assignments and the disaster worker designation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe and then Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, I wanted to just reiterate the thanks for the presentation that the city manager just put forward. I know, and like Sean mentioned earlier, you know, when we talked about accomplishments yesterday, a lot of those items were talked about, but I mean, you really, the city manager really drilled down, you know, what the city was able to accomplish in a short period of time, like just pivot and boom, it was there. I have to say that as a council person, probably the last year has been the most defining of my service to the city in terms of how can I help my constituents, but not, I mean, my constituents in the north side, but I mean, we still represent the city as a whole. So the goal is always to serve the entire city. So I really appreciate the relationships that we've been able to develop over the last year outside of just the city hall and working with the community. I know this is not COVID related, but there was another issue that the city had to pivot on very quickly as well, and that was the Black Lives Matter movement, and the mayor and the chief of police and were able to put together quickly a diversity, inclusion, and equity task force, and which has been it's up and running. There's there's a chair, we got a vice chair, we have a committee that is working on that issue right now going forward. So even through COVID, I mean, we're still able to take on these issues, social issues that are also impacting our community and stay focused. And I think that's, again, says a lot to what Santa Clara has been able to accomplish in the last year. I appreciate how we were able to partner with a lobbyist in terms of working on noise issues, which I'll be talking about later on, but also just, in light of everything else that our police department, has been able to just, continue to do its job and effectively, and public safety, as we say, is number one. And I know the chief Nikolai gave us a report there in December with some updates, and I think there's still some great long-term opportunities out there to benefit the city. And but as we go forward, I agree about volunteers being able to help us sustain a lot of these programs that we've been able to take advantage of, and if it means partnering with church or faith-based groups or nonprofits. I know a lot of people out there that are willing to help, and I think River of Life has a Christian church, which the mayor and the Honorable Teresa O'Neill and myself visited over the weekend to see the new program that they're putting forth, is a perfect example of how volunteerism can make programs successful. And I understand that there's a screening process or there's protocols, but it would be wonderful to take advantage of a lot of these programs because, like you said, city manager, this is going to be going on for at least through the end of the year, and so we need to take advantage of all the programs that have been that are out there, and make ourselves avail ourselves to those opportunities. So thank you very much, Sean.
Deanna, you want to respond?
I do. The Councilmember Watanabe said it absolutely. This has been the most impactful or profound year of public service. And I just want to share, I forgot to mention our firefighters who have been providing in-house testing for our police officers or other employees when there is a COVID outbreak or a potential exposure in the workplace, as well as when vaccines were available. They immediately stood up and avail their expertise and specialty to provide vaccines for firefighters as well as for police officers. And so it's just another dimension of our resources, realizing that they have the skill set and that they could have a greater impact. In terms of, there's just two shout outs I have to give because I did share last year that during the time of COVID, our Public Records Acts requests were going up. I think they nearly doubled in the last time I checked the stats. So we'll have to get updated stats. And our key group of staff have continued to maintain compliance with our Public Records Act production in an environment where we don't necessarily always have access to the facilities, who have also closed down for COVID in times, as well as making sure that we are able to manage internally without any addition of resources, those higher numbers. And Lisa Schoenthal, who has just been a complete leader in rounding up the organization, advising us with factual information, and has been leaned on from both the county and the state for her expertise for helping us get guided through this pandemic, particularly during a time when we had fire outbreaks at an unprecedented level and the world's worst air quality. And so it just really goes to show the circumstances that we delivered these accomplishments as well as the COVID programs under. So thank you.
Very good. We go to Councilmember Chahal and then Councilmember Park.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, City Manager Deanna, for giving us a detailed report. More than 50 activities or benefits we ran during this pandemic. Really appreciate that, and thankful to everybody involved in this, and all the staff members, PD, fire department, everybody involved in this. It was a huge challenge, and I think we came up pretty strong on that. I have some comments on the report you submitted, basically. So this pandemic has clearly brought forward that we need to protect our vulnerable population. Like that was there, that population, that segment of our community was already there. But with the pandemic coming, this really highlighted that they really needed help when the pandemic was here, but it highlights the issue that they really need help in the normal course of action. And from that point of view, one of the council pillars under the pillar activity was explore a community benefit policy. So we need to really expand that, and that really need expansion so that we do not oversee this thing going forward. Once the things go back, we need to make sure we are still helping these people, and we still highlight or find out ways how we can help them going forward. That's one of the key points I want to mention on this one. Traffic mitigation, smart city initiative. I know that COVID-19 has impacted a lot of our issues, but I think that is one thing we can have a deep down studies, like how is it impacting the quality of life of our resident, and we should be prioritizing that going forward, like all the technology advancements we can use into the scenario. So that's one of the other one. Coming back to workforce capacity study, I know we deferred it because of the reasons involved, but now with all the remote working, I would like to emphasize, if we can see, like whosoever, I know you mentioned 400 some city workers have a capacity to work remotely. So I would like to see what is the productivity and what's the efficiency out of that. Because one reason I'm talking about that is we were planning to have a new city hall. If we find that we have 400 people or 200 people or whatever percentage of people who can very efficiently give a productivity, great productivity, working remotely, that can be a game changer for our infrastructure investments going down the line. And that's one comment I had.
Can I just add, Vice Mayor, it's also a retention tool. We recently had a very valued and institutional knowledgeable employee render her resignation because she was going to move within the Bay Area where it's cheaper to live. And because we have been working remotely and have gone paperless very quickly, she's able to work remotely, and we maintain the institutional knowledge and a high performing employee. So we have to be in a challenging environment where retaining our employees is very difficult. It also allows for us to think creatively about how to retain talent and the realities of the cost of living within this region.
And I fully agree with that. Like, there was a psychological barrier. Oh, whether they can work remotely, it can't work. This is not feasible or something like that. And that barrier, I think, has been broken with this COVID-19. And, when our workers, our staff is more satisfying, they have more flexibility, the output is more. I have seen this thing time and again. So I would really like to emphasize on that, like how we can make use of the data we have currently going forward to explore our workforce capacity study and workforce requirement study, and how we can do that. And what else was on my airport noise? I know you mentioned that we sort of completed. I know we are still there. The flights have reduced, but that's not. But we would like to really emphasize on that going forward. I know we have a lobbyist who's trying to work on it, but unless we see the result of that lobbying and we find out the results, then only we will find out that we have some results on that.
And that is now placed at the roundtable level. I've been tracking the work of the roundtable. I do know that there are some issues that need to be resolved through the Cities Association. I did meet with Andy Jordan of Cities Association last week. So the movement of the roundtable right now is not in our hands. They're needing to work through some different issues before they can become active again.
Okay, that's it. I will discuss more about the future.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal. We'll go to Councilmember Park and then Councilmember Jane.
Yes, thank you. Comment about volunteers, which is, I understand that there is some onboarding issues, some onboarding resources that will be required to bring volunteers on board. But at the same time, we do have police and fire volunteers. And I think that if we had a pool of volunteers that we have vetted, we've fingerprinted, and they're always on call, and perhaps we could have something like a volunteer commission or a volunteer task force to help maintain this, then we would always have a pool of volunteers that we could use for different things that are required in the city. For example, we could also have a list of their expertise, what kind of specialties, things that they'd like to volunteer for. And even though there would be some ramp up, I believe over time, this could be very useful as an ongoing resource for the city. Second, I look at the numbers and I do realize that the number of tasks that we've accomplished was severely impacted by COVID and staff losses. Do we have an idea of how big some of these tasks are so that we can say, this is how long we think it'll take, this is how much manpower that we'll need? I mean, coming from the development side, I'm looking at an agile model. And we use agile to say, well, we've got changing needs, changing priorities. Sometimes our resources may change as we hire people or lose people. But we always have, we run by epics, and we say, this is what our sprint planning looks like, which is we know what the tasks are, we know how big the tasks are, we know how long they should take, we know how many people we need, and we know who the lead is. And we can just track this on a weekly or biweekly, and it's charted so everyone can see that. Have we looked into using tools like this to track some of the, in the next year, we will have, some challenges both in terms of time and staffing. Thank you.
We do create internal work plans and timelines. I can say that technology is going to assist us tremendously, particularly on the capital projects. We are in process of implementing databases that assist us with tracking our capital projects, as well as the resource needs. However, one of the issues that's worth commenting on. So in terms of workload, yes, we do all of that. The challenge is that we do receive a lot of inquiries that make us have to depart and allow for unanticipated impacts to our workload. I think through our orientation session, I did show and demonstrate how a lot of staff are doing double duty, and that we have assignments that necessarily don't fit in a department, and so we've absorbed them through teaming. However, it's very common during a week's time where we get new requests for workload that makes us have to leave the work plan and go into the urgent matter at hand. And I'll just share with you the issues of noise and finding the source is a great example where a lot of residents are being impacted by an unknown source of noise. And now we're off to look at where the noise is coming from so that we can address that. And so those types of incidences, because service is our product, and our customers are our residents that have a diverse range of service needs, it does cause for us to have to depart from a very linear work plan. And we communicate when there are delays or when there's issues that we need to bring to the council's attention.
Oh, and I understand this very much, which is, and this is kind of a comment for all the technology companies out there. And this is one of the reasons you don't schedule a person 100%, because again, tasks do come up. But if you schedule 25, 30% for urgent tasks that pop up, and you schedule 70%, 75% for the tasks that need to be accomplished, we can set, this is when we expect it to be done. This is how many people we think it will take. And when it didn't get met, this is why it didn't get met, because there was, we had to spend 40% of our time doing other tasks. But then we can see, oh, this is how we misscoped this, or how we did not account for these kinds of emergencies. This is what the new, based on experience and now with data, this is what the new task would look like if we had to do this again. I'm just saying it's a tool.
Yeah,
it's a tool.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not saying you have to use this, but
I would say absolutely. Those are tools that are that I would very much welcome in the workplace. I've obviously demonstrated that, the data that we track and our resources are our assets. They're finite. I would only suggest, and I don't think that there will be disagreement, that our staff is booked over 100% of the time. That has been the issue at hand, is that we've known, and it's the reason why the council was wise to put staffing levels as a pillar, recognizing that this is an organization that is short of staffing. It has become even more burdened with this through the data that I showed in terms of eliminating the 800,000 plus hours, productivity hours of people either being leaving this organization or being released from work. And on top of that, taking on this whole portfolio of COVID programs while maintaining basic operations. So the challenge for us really becomes, and I have said in committee several times, adhering to worker laws in terms of providing employees breaks and federal mandated lunches, and offsetting their calendars when they work evening hours, as well as other worker protections. We're at that point where there isn't unanticipated capacity. There isn't capacity where we're working employees at 75%. It is safe to assume employees are working beyond 100%, and the only way you get these 53 plus services is through the commitment of these employees with going over and beyond and being resourceful. And it's a challenge because when you've worked in surge capacity under these unprecedented fire, air quality, and COVID and their own safety needs, the surge capacity and the mental state, there are impacts. And we have been bringing in and making mental health awareness as well as physical health awareness more in the workplace. But those are operational issues that are important for us to manage through because they're our reality. We have, our employees are not immune for COVID. Their lives have been impacted, and that impacts the resources and the availability.
Understood. And that it's not to say that we over or under schedule people to work, but it gives us an idea of how much work there needs to be. I mean, if we have fewer people, then we can see this is how much longer it will take. And as far as the understaffing is concerned, I think this is a way to see exactly how much we're understaffed. I mean, it's not just a sizing and scoping issue for projects or for tasks. It's also a sizing and scoping tool to help us realize this is how much we're understaffed, right? And if we have things that require timely schedules, meaning this needs to be completed by a certain date, then we have an idea. This is how many people we need, or this is why we can't make that date. And I think that having those kinds of numbers is many more people. And going forward, again, if this comes up again, then we have a better idea. This is how long it took last time, because now we have hard data because we've been tracking it, and we can do adjustments based on the different number of people that worked on the tasks and how long the task took. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo the sincere appreciation the residents, and I know the council has for staff, how hard they work, how much they do. It is mind-boggling. And to put it all together, Deanna made a big impact on everyone who was listening. We do have the My Santa Clara app. I mention it to people. We've mentioned it a few times here. I'm still surprised how many residents don't know we have that. And I'm just wondering if we can put that out a little bit more and let people know that's the best way to get information from the city and to put in information and make requests. The other question I had was, when will we get a report from our lobbyists? Do we have that on a as needs basis, or do we have that scheduled? Thank you.
Good question. So we are preparing to bring the legislative advocacy positions on February 9th, I believe. And our lobbyist has begun to provide monthly or quarterly reports, excuse me. I think it's monthly. I'll ask Christine to quarterly. So we did provide one information memo recently to the council, and the advocacy positions will be before the council, and then we'll continue with the quarterly reports.
Thank you.
And we are always tracking grant opportunities and federal action so that we know any dollars that could come to Santa Clara.
Anything else, Councilmember Hardy?
No, that was fine. I just want to once again thank Deanna, and she worries about everyone else's mental health, but when I get very late night emails and very early emails, I worry about our city manager. So I hope she takes her own medicine.
I see her nodding her head. Mayor Gilmore.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a last comment and also remind everyone, I think it's going to be time for our 10-minute break. after this, Dr. Spano?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
remind me, do we have public presentations before that or after?
We don't.
Or before lunch?
Yeah, we have one before, yes, before lunch if we even have to take a lunch break, but they're.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment before we go to break is that I want everyone to keep in mind that we're a public agency, and as much as, you know, some of our employees can work at home, we're a real front-facing organization. It's our role to serve the public. And so the public needs service, you know, most of the time in person for the jobs that our employees have, that we are not, you know, a high-tech firm that has the luxury of keeping everyone at home. Only particular jobs can thrive that way and really service the city. So I want everyone to keep that in mind, that we are a front-facing, service providing city and organization. So with that, it's 10, let's say 10:45, let's say 10:55. Let's come back here at 10:55 and we'll proceed on, you know, next with the next segment of this. All right, Dr. Spano, City Manager.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect.
All right, 10:55. We'll see you all back here. Thank you. fine, and we're ready to proceed ahead until lunchtime. So Dr. Spano, would you like to take it away?
I would, thank you. Okay, we are ready to move on to the item, which is consideration of future priority items. And Kendra, if you could pull up the next slide, please, and we'll just refresh council's memory here on your pillars, on your 6 pillars here or 7 pillars here. So just remind you of those, and then move on to the next slide, which sets up the questions that we will use to frame and to understand the potential new items, future items for council to consider. So what I'd like to do is hear from each of you if you have any future items that you want staff to consider, and if you would like to get approval for those from your fellow council members. And so just remembering the focus here on your resource and budget constraints and staffing constraints and limitations. We'll hear from each of you if you have items, and I am reflecting back on our interviews, and several of you did have a couple items each that you felt were really important for staff and for your council colleagues to consider. And as we go through this, we'll hear from each of you that have items to consider. What we would like to hear is the item, and then I'll check in with City Manager Santana to make sure that we're clear on what that item is and what is desired to be accomplished. I'll ask you, where do you think it fits? Where would you suggest that it fits within these 3 categories? So the first category is, what are urgent and important items for 2021? And when we say urgent, we mean critical. They need immediate focus and immediate attention in the near term. Is the item less urgent? Still important, but less urgent. It will continue on staff's work plan, but at a lower priority. It doesn't rise to the level of urgent. And then the third item is, you might consider that the third question, you might consider that the item is for council to consider at a future priority session check-in or for 2022. And I did hear in the interviews that it might be very helpful for council to come back, say in July, 6 months from now, for a mid-year check-in on what's happening COVID, what the budget situation, fingers crossed, maybe some of the uncertainty it has lessened at that point and might be a clear focus path going forward. And this would be an opportunity to bring the item up at the mid-year check-in or push that off until 2022. So again, what is the item? Let's be clear that staff and City Manager Santana understands that in terms of what you would suggest and want to be accomplished. And then, is it an urgent? Is it more in the important category, or is it for consideration in July or for next year? Okay, and then we will keep a list of that, and then we'll come back and check in on each of those, but let's get the full list so we understand what the full complement is before we actually turn the council and ask for their collective decision around those. So I see Councilmember Jane and then Councilmember Hardy.
Yeah, I actually wanted to, again, sort of question the process. And I think I had sent Nora a couple of slides about what Sunnyvale is doing to just talk about. I think there was one labeled January 28th. I don't know if you could show that one, Nora.
Sure, we'll pull it up right now, just a moment. Is that the attachment or the website, Councilmember Jane?
It was the attachment, yes.
Okay.
It was January 28th in the label. Yeah, that one with the yellow. Yeah. So, nope. the one with the yellow. There you go. So this was Sunnyvale's strategic priority session. And I believe they're a little more directive about what their priorities are. They basically put up 5 or 6 key activities that they're going to focus on for the next year. And you can see they're quite a bit more specific than pillars. And so I kind of like this because it does provide a little bit more direction as to where we really want to invest our resources. And then if you could pull up the city's web, okay, if you could pull up the JPEG, the other one, the other document that was the attachment. So here they describe each of these things in fairly careful detail. And then if you could go to the website. So what they have is they have actually 26 key activities that they're doing, and they list in these areas of transportation, parks and facilities, land use, miscellaneous, and they describe in detail what these projects are. So that said, I think we can go back. If you want, Sean, I can give you my priorities for what I think we want to be working on this next year.
Yes.
Okay, so the first, of course, everyone realizes is the COVID assistance. And I think that, you know, we need to really provide food assistance because, you know, what I just heard was 1 in 7 Americans are food insecure in some way. And the rent assistance is really key because even in June, a lot of back rent will be required and people will have to pay up at least 25% of their rent. So to me, the COVID assistance, and I would advocate for taking our budget stabilization reserves down to 15% and also use some of the land use reserve money. And we could do small business loans instead of grants, because to me, it's very, very critical to keep our small businesses in business. We just can't let them go out of business. So, and then I haven't seen any data on how many small businesses actually went out of business during this COVID. It would be nice if we could track that either through the Chamber of Commerce or through the city and just see how we're doing. So then the second priority to me is really handling our elections. I think that, you know, we have to put something on the ballot potentially in 2022 to be able to handle our elections, you know, districts and also we need to handle the redistricting because now that we have the census data, we really need to figure out how we're going to do the redistricting. That is really up in the air. And so we need to handle our elections very critically. And then I have about eight of these things, but the next thing, I think we really need to have a frank discussion about our elected chief of police and our elected city clerk. We are unique among California cities at this point of having an elected chief of police. And so I would like to have a discussion, community engagement around that. And then fourth would be the downtown. So.
Let me ask Councilmember Jane, of the 4 that you listed, where would you locate those? COVID assistant, is that urgent, important, or to be considered at the midterm or in 2022?
Oh no, COVID assistance is the most urgent.
I was assuming that, but I wanted to check. So that rises to the level of urgent. Very good.
Yeah.
Elections redistricting.
That would be probably next in the priority list.
Okay,
so
very
semi-urgent.
Good. Elected police chief and city clerk.
Desirable.
Okay, very good.
And then downtown is desirable.
Okay, so I will take the desirable. Is that something you could check in with, that could be reviewed at the midterm in July or a later time?
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, excellent. I see Councilmember Hardy is up next.
Thank you. In a lot of ways, I don't want to add to the list very much because we have many things that we were not able to do, and COVID does rise to the list of what we have to do. But I wanted to go back to the parking lot. There were two items I'd like to look at again, especially because we heard yesterday that our business employee tax, that there is a cap on it, that it will never go over $500, but yet it is $15 per employee. And when we talk about protecting small businesses, that's very important, but that cap worries me because that in a lot of ways protects the large businesses. And I'd like to look at that again from a revenue point of view. The other one is, and we have in our pillars that we need to make our stadium work, I'd like to revisit the curfew issue, because if we look at weekends in the summer, as we're going forward and try to make our stadium profitable and a asset to the city as we want it to be, I think we have to be a little more realistic. And I'm willing to look at, like I said, summertime weekend situations. And those concerts and things like that are, although it may not look like it's important now, those are planned out years in advance. And we will be missing, just as we talked about our TID and our TOT and our realities with our hospitality, those things have to be planned out many years in advance. And that's why I wouldn't say it's important. I would say it's very desirable to look at that now. And the employee tax cap for business employee, I think that rises up to important, because it would not be a difficult change. But if we're going to do it, my understanding is that would, because it's a tax, would need to go to the residents.
Very good. And so if I heard that correctly, Councilmember Hardy, the curfew, revisit the curfew, stadium curfew would be something for a mid-year check-in or 2022. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, if we can look at that so that we do have some kind of a policy as we work on putting things in place so we can fill our stadium when it's possible. I want to be able to do that.
Excellent, very good.
It's advanced planning.
Very good. And as we're moving through this, City Manager Santana, please jump in if you have any questions about what is expected of these, just so you and staff are clear on what the expectations are around these items.
The issues of redistricting, it will come with the receiving the results of Census 2020. And naturally, what we do from there is once we receive the data, we work on looking at the current 6 districts and the geographical boundaries to either recommend changes or go through the community effort of reestablishing the district boundaries so that they fit with the new data. So that's something that, whether it's urgent or not, it has to get done according to the procedures outlined by law. And so we will have to dedicate resources to that. The COVID assistance I've mentioned before, that's here. We have to continue to carve out, as well as continue to build the recovery part of our portfolio. Right now, it's a lot of response, but we are acknowledging that recovery is a big issue for us this year. And on the business employee tax, we would need to do some research, bring back and have some sessions with the council to make sure that we are crafting a revised employee tax that is appropriate for the council to send to the voters. And on the curfew, that I think we should take that with revisiting the outcome of the community study. and having that information represented. I have stated before that the action on the curfew and reopening events that are allowed to go past the curfew has to come with revenue generating assurances that because we now know that 75% of non-NFL events lose money in an environment where we are acknowledging our deficit and diminished resources, any activity that is promoted needs to come with guarantees of revenue generation. And so I would just acknowledge as part of the policy discussion, that would be a constant message that I would send the council, that we cannot be deploying our staff to lose money for the stadium authority.
Excellent. Very good. We'll move forward. We have a Vice Mayor Chahal and then Council Member Park.
Thank you, Dr. Sean. So coming back to, I raised that issue, like we need to protect our vulnerable part of the community. So from that perspective, as we know, we are suffering from rent issues, food security, and lot of our renters don't even know what are the ordinances in place to protect them, their eviction notices. And so from that part, like know your work, like know your rights sort of workshops are important for them right now. And when I coming to this one, and also the small business sport and strategy for short term and long term, that's both these are very important to me. How we come together and make the policy not only short term but long term. Short term, we are really need to help both these small businesses and this part of the community. And from that perspective, I know last time also I mentioned our business employee tax to me is very, very important. If you look at the history, like why do we have high rents in the city? Why do we have like traffic issues in the city? It is one of the reason is because we have a very prosperous businesses which are flourishing in the city. And I would like to bring that slide back, if I may, to justify my case, like why we need this thing. Nora, can you please bring that slide back, which I sent you yesterday? And I can, while she's bringing that up, I can keep continuing. So when we are making just 900K from the businesses, which are multi-billion-dollar businesses, so it makes sense that these businesses have to cooperate and help our community. It's their social responsibility to help our small businesses. Whether they do it, if they do it voluntary, that is so great. If they can show an example, like they can donate millions of dollars for our small business assistance program, for our rent assistance program, that would be so great. But if they cannot, it shows me internet unstable. I'll put my video on hold for the time being. Yeah, so if they cannot, then this is one of my top priority. Like we need to look at this thing, business employee tax. And while I know this has to go to the voters, but while we are putting this thing together, I would request that we should explore proactive donations for our vulnerable society from these businesses. So that's my top priority.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I have some more. Yeah.
Oh, please go on.
Okay. My second one is the curfew. As Council Member Hardy mentioned, we should be clear about it. Like I know we don't have any non-NFL events right now in the stadium, but it takes some time for them to book the events. And if we don't give the clear guidelines now, and if we keep it shelving to the future, that will not help them to bring the revenue generation when we need it right away, basically. So that is one thing we can, and we already have a study done on it. There's a detailed study done on it. Let that study be presented to the council again, and let that study be disseminated to our community again, so that we can talk about it and make a decision on that one.
Vice
And
Mayor Shahal,
yes,
would you like that spreadsheet up?
yeah, please. Just
Thank
I
you.
want to make sure our council and our residents know about what I'm talking about. Thank you. So, as I mentioned yesterday, we have like these 11 corporations who have had, most of them have headquarters here in Santa Clara. Their market cap is more than $1 trillion. And if we are like Mountain View passed the business employee tax in 2018, I think, and uh, they projected to get around $6 million every year. And if we, assuming we are doing the same thing over here in Santa Clara, from these companies, these 11 companies getting $6 million, it peanuts. I, I know one of my council members yesterday mentioned they might move to Texas. I am of the opinion if a company of this size want to move their headquarters, they will spend multi-million dollars to move their headquarters from here. And for these companies, even if these 11 companies have to shell out $500,000, it is $5.5 million. And $500,000 for these companies is peanuts. Nothing comparing to what their capitalization is. Like NVIDIA, $320 billion capitalization, and look at their growth rate. Intel, 225 million. AMD has such a great growth, like $104 billion capitalization. So these companies would not mind paying us some few $1,000,000 into our exchequer, and which can be easily used by us for writing off some of our deficit and providing um, support to our small businesses. Small business is really important, and you talk to so many of them over here. They are really struggling, and it should not be a short-term policy that we are thinking right now. It should be a long-term policy how we can sustain our small businesses. So that's the reason I wanted to put this slide. And their growth, as I mentioned, even during this COVID period, the average growth has been 50% for all these companies together. And I'm not taking up others. And I'm not trying to punish the smaller businesses. Anybody, it can be a progressive scale. Anybody less than 50 employees, let them pay what they are paying right now. Between 50 and 100, little bit progressive. 100, 150, 200, above 500. I'm more targeting it towards the companies which have more than 500 employees, basically. And we have different ways to look at it, from the revenue point of view, or from the capitalization point of view, or number of employees point of view. But this thing has to be explored and put on priority. And my other desirable is public-private partnerships. Like, I know I was very passionate about the shuttle program, but during this COVID, I know the transportation issues are in the back burner base sort of. So, but we need to explore that, like how these private companies can help us out with our shuttle program. And if we get the business tax done, that program can also come out from that program, basically. And one thing I would also like, depending on the bandwidth, housing for our middle income, low income. And there's a program called CALCHA, which has, in many cities, they have done a great job. Like, they sign a memorandum with the city, with the resolution, and they raise the bonds for the public housing, which they provide at a middle income uh, families. And then they hand over the property back to the city after the bonds are fulfilled. And we should be looking at that program, CALCHA, CALCHA, CALCHA program. I think San Jose is looking at it. Livermore has done it. Uh, Dublin has already done that program. So to alleviate our housing issues, that should be looked after. So these are my priorities or desirable issues. And I do second the what my colleague Councilmember Serge Jain mentioned about the elections and looking into all the aspects of the election going forward. Thank you.
Very good. And so Vice Mayor Chahal, so the COVID assistance that Councilmember Jane mentioned, that is an urgent item for you. The revisiting the curfew is an important item, similar to Councilmember Hardy. And the business tax is also that Councilmember Hardy mentioned is also important to you. Sounded like it might rise to the level of urgency. And then you also mentioned economic partnerships with large businesses. That's different from the employee tax, as I'm understanding it. Correct?
Dr. Sean, you broke up in the last, I'm not sure it's my internet or everybody else. The last part of it, can you repeat that?
Looking for economic assistance from large businesses, that's different from the employee business tax, as I'm understanding it.
They're correlated, but yeah, we can, like, that's a sort of a voluntary part of it. If we can really volunteer, but if we cannot do that voluntary, then business tax is the most important. We can really use that for the community.
Yeah. Very good. And on the public-private partnerships for a shuttle, do you see that as being urgent, important, or something to consider at the midterm or in 2022?
I think it can, with a bare minimum, if the staff has a bandwidth, we should start exploring it, because this is not a short term, we can put it in place right away, but we should be looking at options. What are our options? And I don't want staff to put in a lot of time into it, but look at the options and then we can explore this, so that we can explore it in 2021 in more detail.
And housing for middle low income, the program, the Caltra program that you mentioned, urgent, important, midterm, 2020?
I would put it urgent because it doesn't require a lot of bandwidth, and it is required by our community basically.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
If I may add, I know last there's one of the item was the parking lot item was the explore tenant protection ordinance. If I can club that with our existing COVID protection for our vulnerable society, that would be great too.
Yes, excellent. So we have several things under COVID assistance, including rental assistance, as you're saying, and then also the support for small businesses as well, and the neediest in the population. Very good. We are moving on to Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. And when we're setting priorities, I understand that if you highlight everything in a book, you haven't really highlighted anything. So I will try to keep with some of the items that have already been promoted. I do agree that COVID assistance is the #1 urgent, important issue in my mind. As Councilmember Jane suggested, we cannot let businesses stop. We cannot let the businesses close. If we can prevent as many closures as possible, I would like to do that. It would also be nice if we could help new businesses or even previous owners restart businesses that went away during the time of COVID. That would be a very good thing. I also agree that we need to look at how we can generate money. I think the stadium is a very big part of that. As far as the curfew is concerned, I think the curfew fee is actually too low. I don't mind increasing the curfew fee a bit. As to how many times we should have a curfew, I think that's something that the residents and the workshop should determine. But the city also should do its job and find out, like, I would really like to know what is Great America's curfew policy? Like, what is the curfew policy we have Great America? I think that they break curfew a couple times per year for fireworks events and things like that. But I would like to know what kinds of standards we apply to them. And I would like to do a study on which other cities that have built a stadium in the middle of residential housing, what are their curfew policies? I would like to do a determination rather than do everything in a vacuum. I mean, we need to realize that if COVID, if we have a vaccine and we start backing away on shutting down events like stadium events, then we will probably be looking at stadium events, you know, I think earliest end of this year. And in order to do that, we need to urgently look at how we can support those kinds of events for the maximum benefit of the city, whether that's for the entertainment value or the monetary value. I also understand that to City Manager Santana's remarks, that some events will lose money, but we need to show, or we need to also prove, we can't just say just because they lose money, we don't want to do them, but we need to show how will losing money today gain us more money in the future. And that is something that we need to look at as well. From Councilmember Vice Mayor Chahal's remarks, I do like a tax. I do like a progressive tax. I'd like to point out that I don't think anyone likes to pay tax, but I will point out also that a tax means that you're paying a tax because you made money. Like we are not going to, what is it? We're not going to ding any company for not doing well. But I would like something like a progressive tax, which maybe includes the size of the company, maybe includes other factors, including how much they've made. Maybe it's a tiered tax bracketed tax. But at the same time, I don't like past performance determining how much you have to pay for the current year because you happen to do really well previously, and now all of a sudden tides are changing and you're not doing as well now. But for me, the two top priorities are, and also housing. So we need to make sure that we've got housing. It's kind of funny that previously our pillar was housing without transportation, and then we added transportation. And I always thought that housing always needed to include transportation in its thinking, but it looks like we did have a little bit of a disconnect there previously. So urgent important is 100% COVID assistance, and COVID assistance for businesses and for people, the housing assistance, and then finally, money generating. So I think that looking at how we can utilize the stadium would be somewhat urgent, because I don't think it's going to be a short, I don't think it's going to be a really quick process to vet what we can do with the stadium and get things in place. But also looking at a tax, that's not going to be a really quick process either. So I think that that's, I would like to get some speed on those two things. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Park, Councilmember Watanabe, and then Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. I've been making a lot of notes here. I hope I can consolidate them all into the proper categories. So I would agree 100% that COVID definitely is first and foremost, and that comes in a lot of different ways. Through I know we talked about our accomplishments and the challenges, and COVID is still a challenge, but we have met the needs, but we need to continue to pursue those needs and the challenges that COVID has brought about. The city's been great, in terms of a rental assistance program, putting funds together and using that as a basis to help families. The business grant program has been phenomenal as well. I would love to explore if there's a way that the city can resurrect that, what we did last year, and how those monies, I know that there was CARES funding used, but if there were other city, if there's other city funding that was used that is not going to be able to be used in this coming year, that if it can be purposed into creating a grant program again, I would like to visit that. I just want to throw out there that the state has a small business relief program. And actually, the second phase of that relief program is starting today, February 2nd through February 8th. And they are giving out, or people can apply for $5,000 to $25,000 grants. And again, this is to help the small business. It's for the small business relief program, and that everybody throughout the state is eligible to apply for. When it comes to what has happened during almost the last year, I just want to just give a shout out. I know the city manager has talked about all the programs that the city has put together, and I have to say again, I know I said this yesterday, but I will say it again, and the mayor said it earlier, about how proud we are of the city of Santa Clara and what it has accomplished, and how even we have been a model to cities around us. And so I think that says a lot about, our proactiveness in addressing the needs of the community, and that cannot be understated at all. Also, business partners. We have had several business partners step forward in donating money to help with the food assistance and providing masks. And I don't want to take anything away from the mayor in case she wants to, if she's going to say something about this, but I know she had started working with the chamber, reaching out to businesses in the city to see how we can work together during the COVID process. So there has definitely been outreach in that respect. Let me see. So I mean, definitely COVID is number one, and going forward. But also, I would say number two is economic recovery. How are we going to do that? And the related project will be breaking ground. I mean, I think there's supposed to be a soft groundbreaking coming up anytime now. But once that project starts moving forward, in 4 years' time, we will have a good destination place for not just Santa Clara, but for the area, which is going to help drive that economic stimulus that the city is going to be needing. So related it will definitely play a large part in that. I hear talk about events at the stadium, and I agree with the city manager that any plan for events definitely needs to be coordinated with the city, because as demonstrated, in recent council meetings, we've seen that the return on investment has not been what we would hope that it would be for some of these events. And so there needs to be a drill down on what programs and events are being planned to make sure that we don't lose money. So that needs to be looked at definitely in terms of economic recovery as well. In terms of what I see as what can be pushed down, I would say, and I know we talked about this, Sean, was noise. And the north side, I said this last year and I'll say it again, the movie Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is basically how you could describe North Santa Clara, District 1. And I did during the campaign, I have to say that I did hear from several folks talking about the train noise. And I know San Jose has been looking at a quiet zone, and I've had some residents ask about the possibility of creating a quiet zone in North Santa Clara as well. So again, it's not a top priority, but it's definitely something that can be ongoing, and that frankly I would mind looking at myself. And actually I had started looking at it a couple of years ago, and then other issues took precedence. So it's something that I, even as a council member, need to go back and focus on. Another issue it's important, but it's something that can be ongoing, and that's the RV parking. And I know we talked about that as well. And I have talked to some faith-based groups that are interested in providing help, and even allocating some of their parking to be able to assist some of these the families, and provide a safe place for residents that are in living in RVs. So, but again, that's through COVID, I understand, but if it's down on the list, but at the same time, it could be an ongoing process. Same thing with the downtown. Downtown is an ongoing process. It's an important part of even when you look at economic recovery down the road. The downtown task force is important, and it is ongoing, but at the same time, it will be definitely a benefit to the city. And I'm glad that the city has the ability to still work with the residents and continue that discussion, because it is a very important discussion. Jeff, forgive me here. There was just one other thing that, mid-year check-in. I agreed we could have a mid-year check-in, just like we did with the budget process last year. We had a check-in like in September and December, just to see how, the tax revenue numbers were, and just to be able to see how it was affecting our budget. So definitely agree that a mid-year check-in could be beneficial to see how we can move forward in terms, again, economic recovery. Are the hotels able to open up? Will that impact our TOT? And this is so that's mid-year. And then I would say the last thing I have on my list here, elections. In terms of districts, I know that we had expected to address the issue of districting once the census numbers become available. But the other thing too that I wanted to bring up, and this is something that could be discussed in the governance committee, or an item for the governance committee, but putting caps on elections and campaigns, and PACs, and limiting PACs. Citizens United is an example of why we need to have caps on elections, and as we move forward and address future elections, not just districting, we need to look at the caps on elections, because we saw the influence of outside money in our last elections. And so I would definitely want to see that as an item for the governance committee to review. I think that's all I have, Sean. Do you have any questions?
Yes, okay, very good. So similar to your colleagues, COVID assistance rises to the top as the number one urgent item here. As you talked about economic recovery, which as City Manager Santana said, several items are already in play, and several that you mentioned, including the related project that also relates into the curfew at the stadium, which really, as City Manager Santana said, needs to be looked at through the lens of revenue generation. You also mentioned TOT. The transportation quiet zone, I know we talked about that in our one-on-one interview. Important, or perhaps for a mid-year check-in. Same thing with RV parking. And the election cap, the election reform issue, I'm hearing that is different from redistricting.
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah.
Very good. And that too could be for a mid-year check-in, which you're endorsing that coming back and looking in July or so at where everything is at.
That's correct. Yeah, thank you, Sean. Yes,
Very
you
good.
got it.
Excellent. Councilmember Becker.
All right, thank you. So let's see. So my first major one would probably be small business and also the COVID relief. I see the city promoting a lot for Takeout Tuesdays, and I think I need to be practicing that a little bit more. I was doing it during the last campaign. I think this is something that all of us council members should be doing. That we should be putting it on social media. That we're going to not only our local restaurants in our district, but any restaurant in the entire city. Another big factor I think would be internet equity. And as you can see, I'm sitting in my car because I'm right now in the process of moving and it's taking forever for the Comcast people to show up to actually set the internet up. So here I'm in the Safeway parking lot trying to get the best connection I can. And I think internet equity is a major issue because it's a lot of people that need that connection, especially young people and students, especially underprivileged, because internet is essential. It's an essential service. Wasteful spending is another thing that I really see as a priority. Downtown is a priority. Council unity is a priority. The curfew, I think, is also kind of an issue of a priority because I like what Councilmember Park said about looking at other stadiums and their curfew because, God forbid we say one word about changing a curfew, it could turn into a snowball effect. The thing is that we're not talking about removing a curfew for the entire year. We're talking maybe once or twice a year. And also at the same time, what Councilmember Park said, let's increase the fees if that's the case. Let's increase the fees because then what's the word we always use? It has teeth. But I say the biggest priority out of all these things that I just named, also homelessness is a big issue too. Councilmember Watanabe just touched on the RV parking issue. And when we look at homelessness, it's not just what you think it is people on the streets that are homeless. No, these are people that are living in motorhomes because their families, they can't afford their homes. People have been evicted and some people don't even know their eviction rights during this pandemic. So we've seen the increase in homelessness, but I'd say the number one issue for me, and like my colleagues have said, is the COVID relief, helping our small businesses, promoting our small businesses. All those other things I think are very major issues, but the least importance to me currently would probably be the curfew issue. We can revisit that next year if that's the case, because we know nothing's going to be really going on in 2021. I think on the horizon, 2022 looks pretty good, maybe. So let's look at that maybe in 2022. But for saving our city, I think that's a major, major issue, as well as the affordable housing factor too, because it's also in relation to homeless. I mean, all of these things that I listed, I think have some way of connecting to each other. They're interconnected because they're issues that are affecting all of Santa Clarans' quality of life. So that would probably be my biggest issue, is saving our city for COVID relief, and the least would probably be the curfew.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Becker. I would summarize that, but you just did a great job of summarizing it yourself. So you put it all into the good categories. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands up. Mayor Gilmore.
Thank you very much. I wanted to go over my list as well. So obviously in the next 6 months, I think that we need to spend our time on the continued response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think we should be even putting a special focus on the vaccination distribution and rapid testing. I think we've heard over and over from our business community and others the fact that that type of testing has not been available to our businesses and our individuals in the Santa Clara community. We do have testing sites that the county allows us to have at Central Park and Northside, Central Park Library and Northside Library, but we need to do more as we're trying to, get our city back in business. So I think all of the, 50 some odd programs that the city manager had talked about, we need to continue all of them, not just the small business assistance and the rental assistance. There's so much more that's going on with our city's response to the pandemic. So I really want to spend all our time working on that. Also, in the next 6 months, that's an urgent priority. Also, as an urgent priority in the next 6 months, I want to start, if the city manager hasn't started already, the planning efforts to bring back our full city services. Whether it's the planning, bringing it back in increments based on the color coded, county purple, yellow, pink, blue, county, um, you know, uh, 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 the guidelines, but I want to have the plan ready so that when the city is able to reopen, that we are prepared. And so when the county and the state say, okay, now we're going to open this or this or this, we don't have to wait 6 or 8 weeks to come up with a plan as to how we're going to do that. So I think that those planning efforts, and again, I'm sure the city manager is already, working on that, but the efforts to bring our city back to, I see you're nodding yes, I'm sure you are, but it sounds like an easy thing, but it's not, to bring the city back to full services and in full increments. I think that in the next 6 months, which is urgent, is continuing to provide our core services in the city. I think that's an urgent issue, that we continue to provide our core services that our citizens can rely on, and they can predictably rely on, and I think that's the best way we can support our community now. Also, because I think, as was mentioned by several council members, that we are now in an area of where we're going to have to do some serious economic recovery. As the city manager said, that this particular council is going to have to deal with, these upcoming deficits because of the lack of revenue that we had into our city. So a lot of the programs everyone talks about, we're not going to be able to achieve if we don't have the economic and financial wherewithal to achieve those. So I want to make sure, as an urgent issue, that we advance our revenue generating projects like the advancement of the destination marketing, the DMO, so that they're ready, because we had a huge loss, and we will continue to have huge losses of our hotel tax, the TOT tax that funds our general fund. That's millions into our general fund. Councilmember Watanabe mentioned it. It's in her district. The Related project, that's a public-private partnership. The city owns the land. The developer's building on top of our city land. We have the ability to get over $20 million a year into our general fund from that project alone. We need to get that project advanced. That's going to be helping our financial future. And any other project that has a direct benefit to the city of Santa Clara's financial situation, we need to advance those projects, because without those projects, we're going to have a difficult time in the future. Nobody likes to cut. And I'll tell you, I've been very fortunate to be on councils during very good economic times. It's hard to be on councils during these tough economic times, because everybody wants to develop projects and programs. Nobody wants to cut. You don't want to cut employees. You don't want to cut programs. You don't want to cut services to the community. So if we don't have the vision to see what's going to bring in revenue generation, all of these things we talk about that we want to do aren't going to happen. So I think that is an urgent thing for me, that we get revenue generation, online, so that we can do that. Also, as an urgent thing for me, is protecting public safety for our community. I know that, whatever the statistics say, I'll tell you, my car, my husband's car, but my car's been broken into twice in my driveway. My husband once. I've had, my brother had his car stolen. I'm telling you, things are happening because people are desperate in our community. So I want to protect our public safety as an urgent issue now. And people are also relying on our public safety, especially our fire department, for COVID-related health issues. Usually our paramedics on the engines are the first at the scene in any situation here in Santa Clara. I don't want to mess with our response times, or our fire department response times, our police response times. Our community relies on that. I think that's urgent. And as far as some ongoing things, I want to continue to support the work of our diversity, equity, and inclusion, our task force. I think they're doing some really great work. Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, for bringing that up. And that's, a rights, civil rights issues in our community. We can't lose sight of that, and we have to continue to support that. I want to continue to support that. It's something that's happening anyway, so it's not like, just continue the staff support of that. I think that's it. And then in our 6-month check-in, because I think that COVID, return to the city, rapid testing, how we can get these things going, vaccinations, that is going to consume us in the next 6 months. It's really going to consume us. So I think that in our 6-month check-in, we should look at, some of these other things that everyone's talked about. That's all fine and well and good, but we need to focus on COVID relief, getting the city back to full city services, and economic recovery. Those are the basics that I think the foundation that we need to work off of. And in 6 months, hopefully we won't be in the same situation. We'll be able to see, all right, we're anticipating, everyone will be vaccinated by the end of the year. So we'll be able to, pull some of these other services online. But I don't think we have much time for other things besides, close to what I mentioned, although all those other things are nice wish list things. But we just have a lot of work ahead of us trying to be realistic about what our staff's going to be able to accomplish and what we're going to be able to support in the next 6 months.
Very good. Thank
Dr.
you.
Spano, if you want to.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gilmore. So similar to your colleagues, COVID assistance relief, and I'm hearing that very broadly from all of you. It involves small business, it involves a rental assistance and more, including, as you say, testing, vaccinations, rises to the surface. And then you mentioned several ongoing items that staff is working on and will continue to work on: economic recovery, providing core services, including public safety, and then the DEI task force. And that I'm also hearing you endorse that 6-month mid-year check-in to ensure that if we can do an update and see where we are in terms of budget, in terms of COVID.
Yes.
Very good. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I realize that COVID response is pretty much going to dominate the next 6 months, simply because there's 56 items on the list that we're going to continue to work on. But I wanted to put on people's radars for maybe our 6-month check-in, getting reach codes adopted and the climate action plan. 40 cities have adopted very aggressive reach codes for decarbonization of buildings. And so that should be on our radar. Then Sunnyvale just passed last year their active transportation program, which includes Vision Zero. We're behind other cities and not passing a Vision Zero policy and our bike plan. And then I would like to put on our radar a comprehensive plan for our Santa Clara Station, where the BART is coming. So we need to have really a comprehensive development plan for that. The swim center just keeps going down. I keep hearing that people can't swim there because the heaters go out or the pumps go out or something. So I know there was a plan to completely redo Central Park, which was too expensive, but we need to do something more substantial for the swim center. And finally, the internet. I think we need to provide, maybe make it easier to get 5G networks. That would be high bandwidth to our residents. And that would be, 5G towers, and expand our fiber network to provide the backbone, the fiber backbone for all of that networking. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I'm not seeing any other hands up here. So let me summarize where we're at, and then
Dr. Spano, may I just jump in for a second? Do you mind summarizing? Then we'll go to the public presentations and then take a lunch break.
That sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that sounds like a great plan. No surprise, COVID assistance relief and it's in the broad scope is the urgent item that will take council's attention and staff's attention for the next 6 months. There are several other items that fall into the important category or for a mid-year check-in, and in no particular order. Elections redistricting, which in many, I should also say, I'm sorry, there's also a new category that emerged here, which is ongoing. These things are already in process, already in play, and council is validating and endorsing them for staff to continue working on them, and that includes redistricting. As City Manager Santana said, that's already in play. It's dependent on the census, so elections are ongoing. Let me go back to summarizing the important items and or mid-year check-in. Elected police chief, city clerk, downtown, business employee tax, the economic partnerships with large businesses looking for economic support, public-private partnerships, shuttle, housing, low, middle to low income housing falls into that category. There's a transportation quiet zone, RV parking, election cap reform, election reform, internet equity, and under RV parking, I have homelessness as well from Council Member Becker. Several ongoing, I mentioned redistricting, economic recovery, revenue generation, and that also fits within the curfew. As City Manager Santana said, that curfew, anything to do with the curfew, the stadium is in the category of revenue generation, also including TOT and related project. Also ongoing core services, including public safety and the DEI task force. So let me see. Anybody else? City Manager Santana, Assistant City Manager Nader, did I miss anything? Am I misclassifying anything? Council, check me on that.
No, I just want to add that I am very pleased that generally the council is very aligned with the priorities. There's a pattern in terms of, and a lot of agreement of COVID and all things that fall under for our recovery. And so that's for a city manager, that's pleasing because we totally agree that our next 6 months are focused on the continued response as well as the recovery.
Excellent. Do you feel, Deanna, do you feel like you have enough direction here from staff in terms of what these items are and where they fall within the category system?
I do. Obviously, I'll want to receive the notes for the session. I did take a number of pages of notes. Work with staff as part of the budget development process of what is already ongoing, and there's already work resources and a work plan for items. And then what is to come back in the 6-month session. I do like that idea because, as I mentioned in my opening comments, we were a very different organization pre-COVID. We're a different organization right now. And post-COVID, we will be a very different organization as we get through budget and staffing levels. And so the ability to continue this conversation with the council in a post-COVID environment is really what I'm looking forward to, because that's the reset with a new level of service and other services that we'll need to carry forward for our continued recovery efforts.
So very good. Okay, if there is anything else to add, and I'm not seeing any hands raised, we are in very good position here, Mayor Gilmore. We can move to public presentations, and then that concludes our agenda for today, in which we can then move towards wrap up.
You mean for the afternoon?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
That
Very
was
good.
our last full agenda item, was future priority considerations.
Okay, so So what are you saying? Are you saying we have public presentations and we wrap up for the day?
I am, unless
Okay,
somebody has
very
something
good.
else
I
pressing.
wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. So, okay, very good. So,
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. I had
yes,
my hand up. I just wanted to try to provide some direction or clarity to Tiana about funding for the COVID relief. And I think we already adopted our budget principles to say that we would be able to, they could reduce the budget stabilization reserve to 15%. But I also want to know if they need direction in terms of using the land use reserve for some COVID relief.
So there is some action that the council still needs to consider. One is on the pillars. That's action item number 3 on the agenda. Any conversation about bringing forward a proposal for use of the reserves that is different from what was presented, you should take action on that as well. And I do think that because there's alignment on COVID programs and continuing, I can work with Ken and we can come back with a proposal for council, but I think that should come by formal action of the council.
Okay, thank you.
I also have something, and I just want to follow up on that. When you say formal action, like specific action on a council open agenda at a council meeting, correct, City Manager?
If there's direction today to come back with formal action at a council meeting for a proposal to use reserves for COVID programs, I would like that direction by motion, and then Ken and I will come back with some options for the council to continue to prioritize COVID and any other input that is the council wants to provide as we develop that proposal.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park, you had some comments?
Yes, thank you. I just want to make it clear to the people who are watching that just because things aren't on the priority and also kind of reminder for staff doesn't mean that we're not working on them. For example, downtown has been an issue for decades. And I think that by not being a priority, that's the reason that we've been working on this downtown for decades. But I do think that like people complain about traffic. I don't mind traffic in the city as long as the traffic is generating revenue, as long as the destination for a lot of that traffic is Santa Clara itself. And that's why I'm very hopeful about the related project, working together with the stadium, working together with a future downtown to bring revenue to the city. And again, by not having them as a priority doesn't mean that we're not working on them. I would like to make incremental and in some cases more than incremental progress towards these goals that may be longer term. And because they're longer term, may fall off every priority list. I think that would be unfair to the people who support these long-term projects, some of whom have been working on this for a majority of their lives. The other issue is the internet issue, the services issues. I feel like this is an ongoing thing that I think that we should have perhaps a task force. Maybe it's not a council priority as such, but there should be something where we do make progress on this and we can put upgrading of existing infrastructure or surrounding infrastructure into development requests for every new development that comes in. Meaning we've had a number of developments around my neighborhood, but the neighborhoods that were here, 40, 50 years ago, never got any consideration because, well, that's not where the new project was. But when we bring in new infrastructure, it's just as easy to bring in new infrastructure another 500 feet. Well, I shouldn't say just as easy. It's not that much more expensive to do that than it is to lay the foundation for the new infrastructure in the first place. Things like maintenance. My parents have a pool, and I know that it is much easier to fix a pool that is failing than it is to stop using the pool and then try to fix it after it's broken. So maintenance, ongoing maintenance services, I would think that these are things that we will be working on regardless, but I would like to tell everyone that we definitely should be making progress towards these end goals, not just working on a downtown, but having a downtown. and not just working on infrastructure, but having good infrastructure. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, Vice Mayor Chahal, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a suggestion, Dr. Spano. I know last year what we did is we compiled the list and then we voted on it. To avoid any confusion, would it be good that after lunch we come back and summarize this thing and then really sort it out? What are the priorities? What we plan to do in 2021, what 2022, and what we put on the parking list. That's my suggestion.
We can certainly do that. Let me get the sense of the council on your preference for moving forward. And Deanne, if you have any thoughts about that.
I do. We can certainly do that. I just want to make sure that absent from that conversation today would be the staff input with respect to workload, capacity, and what additional resources would be needed. I can tell you, for example, like the census population numbers, that will have an impact on resources. I'll want to assemble a team internally and demonstrate to the council a timeline as well as the engagement process. So with that caveat, I'm happy to have that conversation and then certainly bring back the staff impact as part of the budget development, so the council has the resource needs in front of them as the budget development process is being considered.
Okay, other thoughts from council on that?
I have a thought. I think that that we should do. Maybe I can ask the council. Do you all agree that the next 6 months should be devoted to COVID relief efforts, and that I personally don't see us starting any of these projects in anything that requires, massive staff, at least for the next 6 months. Maybe we can do like a 3-month check-in to see if some of these other items, if we're ready to start any of those items in the next 3 months. I think, a few months from now, we might have a clearer picture whether we're going to be clear for the rest of the year, or are we going to at least capture maybe the last quarter of the year. But I think that, going over and voting on some of these items now, void of any input or I just don't want to have long conversations on things that aren't realistic at this point. They will be at some point, maybe 3 months from now, maybe 6 months from now, but maybe instead of a 6-month, we can do a 3-month check-in. That would be my suggestion. Okay, hands up. Councilmember Jane Hardy Park. Go ahead.
Yeah, so a number of the revenue proposals will require ballot measures. And in addition, anything that we decide if we're going to amend our charter for district elections would require a ballot measure. And 2022 is going to sneak up on us pretty quickly. So I think if we delay, because there's always community engagement, there's always a fair amount of process. So I think anything we're looking at putting on a 2022 ballot can't be delayed by 6 months.
Maybe the city manager, city clerk can come up with a schedule for ballot issues. If it's going November 2022, it would be due in August of 2022, and then you work backwards, and then you add in your community engagement. So I think there's plenty of time, but go ahead, city manager.
I actually like the idea of the 3 months, and I'll tell you why. We are right now focused on bringing forward and preparing for study sessions for the Stadium Authority for a March action before the board. And the workload there is heightened as we coordinate with the departments on capital needs as well as just operational needs. And then we are concurrently working on balancing the budget in the current year, noting that we have a deficit that has increased as this year has passed. as well as preparing for the two actions. One is phase one later in February on the first set of deficit, and phase two, the second set of deficit. Those two actions are critical for getting out in early May a proposed budget for 21-22. So the next 3 months are already naturally focused on budget, where most of our resources will be, so that we bring back the best product for council. And you will know when you are taking action on phase 1 and 2 and receive the proposed budget, what the new full service, how it's defined and what resources we will have. And that's an opportune time to begin planning for non-urgent items. And there, in the meantime, we've listened to the comments about the ballot initiatives. We can develop schedules and bring those back in the May context, so that we can plan out the year ahead in terms of engagement and what resources we have, and the quality of engagement we can have based on either our COVID reality or our level of service. So I really like the idea of stabilizing our COVID programs. I know that there has been a suggestion that we come back with some use of reserves to fund those programs at a greater level. I do like that idea, because these programs do take dollars, and just clearing the next 3 months for our budget stabilization, including the Stadium Authority. You will have 4 items before you in 3 months that are budget focused. And then that will set us in May for a clean deck to really solve for the other needs that came up.
Okay, Councilmember Hardy.
Well, that's why I was thinking about making a motion. I didn't know if we wanted to hear from our public first, but I was looking at a motion to validate our pillars and to revisit in 3 months some of our priorities, because there's a lot of alignment, but I do think we need staff to give us some realism over some of our wish lists. So that would be a motion.
All right, thanks, Councilmember Hardy. Is there a second? At least we can get discussion and go to public. Is there a second on that motion?
I have an amendment.
Okay, we have a second on the motion. Are you finished, Councilmember Hardy?
Yes, I was, but it sounds like there's a friendly amendment from.
I will go to that. Okay. I'm going down the list because some people want to talk, multiple times. I'm trying to be fair. Councilmember Park.
Yes, I like the idea of having a 3-month check-in. Again, for a natural process, we have check-ins as often as possible. And if there's any changes or anything important, I would hope that it wouldn't wait 3 months. We would get that information as soon as possible. I mean, that would also give scoping, sizing. I really like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I take my hand down, but it's okay. So I agree. I think a 3-month check-in is good. Is a good opportunity as well, just to see how things are moving along. So I would support that. Yeah. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, my amendment would be simply to, as city manager had said, that funds will be required to support all of these COVID programs, and that we look at the land use reserve as a source of funds.
Okay, that's an amendment. I don't know what that means. Funds required. I don't know how much for what program. So I'm not sure that's actually, I'll ask the city manager, is that actually beneficial? Because each time we take money is going to have to be specific. So I wouldn't vote on that, because I don't know what that means. So specifically, because if you say we're generally going to fund, but what does that mean? Is that 1 million, 30 million for what programs? I think it's just too vague.
What I understood from the program, and maybe I can support Councilmember Jane on just some key words, is direction to the city manager to bring back a proposal for the council to consider the use of the land use reserve for funding the small business, around 3 of the small business program and evaluating a loan program, as well as a grant program, as well as rental assistance. And we could certainly bring that back for the council to consider if there's a desire to continue to fund those two key programs. And it certainly is the discretion of the council in terms of how much of the land use reserve. I do know that the 2.8 million and the 1.7 million are the benchmarks of where we started. And so the council may want to consider a proposal of up to 4 million, 5 million, 3 million, whatever. And then we'll bring back that proposal as what we could implement with the program, as well as how many businesses and residents we feel we could target.
I was going to say, Mayor, as the maker of the motion, because I feel like it's a little bit different. If we are going to entertain that kind of motion, I'd like it to be separate. But it truly sounds to me like the city manager understands the intent and that would happen anyway and gives us leeway rather than making it part of the motion. So I'd like to keep the motion as is.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Jane, do you have more?
I was just wondering, since this is what was agendized, can we make other motions?
Like, what are you talking about?
About,
Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor. So would you like
I'm
to?
just trying to ask the attorney about process. That whether we can make a motion about funding a program if it's not specifically agendized.
First, I have to ask, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we
good,
can hear you.
Good. No, I think that this is really this is really kind of agendized as more of a very general study session. So we don't really have action items. I think the action item that you're now voting on, this motion, is really just direction on the priorities. So it's not really any real, action that the city is actually going to take. It's just simply direction to staff. If you wanted to act, I don't think you can take action on, for example, funding a specific program or something like that. That's just not, it's just not on the agenda from a Brown Act standpoint.
I just want to clarify, this is noticed as a special meeting, not a study session. And you can provide direction to us to return to council for action. But we're not appropriating funds. You're just telling me that you want me to come back with a proposal within the land use reserve up to an amount on how to expend those funds and what would be the outcome of those funds if the direction were implemented. So I would come back likely on February 26th, as you look at phase 1 of the budget, with a proposal for the land use reserve on funding the small business. So you wouldn't be taking action today to appropriate the funds or anything. That would be set for a future council meeting, but you would be providing me direction.
Well, I would be very interested in getting a report back from the city manager of how to use $4 million of land use reserves for COVID relief.
Okay, I'm sure those comments are noted, city manager, that there's an interest in using the land fund for COVID relief programs.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? What is the land use reserve? I don't know what the land use reserve is.
The land use reserve is a general funded reserve by council policy that the council has set aside for strategic investment in land acquisition, or we recently used a portion of it for the park build out for the soccer fields.
The source of funds is not land use fees though.
No, it is completely.
It's land. Yeah. Got it.
And in fact, our 3-year proposal relies on contributions from the discretionary land use reserve in order to stabilize the budget over 3 years.
The source of funds from the land use fund is from the disposition of city property. The excess monies when we sold apartments and other land that the city owned, the money was deposited in the land use fund to be used for acquiring, any city, any property like parks or, other types of things for acquisition. That's the role of the land use fund. But I just wanted to say that if the city manager does come back with a report on the use of the land use fund for, whatever amount of money the council decides they want to take from that, it should also be with the lens that there was a presentation yesterday that not only our reserve fund, but the land use fund is going to be used to help balance the budget. So keeping that in mind as well, that, what are we using this fund for and how many uses and what kind of money will be left? I mean, it all has to look at, that's why we should not be, it would be irresponsible for us to make a decision today on the amount of money or how much we take out until we see the whole picture and we can bring it to the public as well. But the intent is there. So as long as, we look at the intent. All right, Councilmember Jane, are you finished yet?
I got the sense that the city manager wanted more than just a discussion, that the city manager really wanted some sort of more formal authorization.
I did, and I'm sorry, we've been calling it the land use reserve. It's the land sale reserve, but I just want to recognize that the priority is COVID programs, and COVID programs have taken dollars. And if the interest has been on small business programs and support, as well as tenant protections, we have exhausted our funds, and so we're really at a point where if the council wants to continue those. You need to direct me where to go and what programs you want to provide, because everything takes resources, and our COVID response particularly has utilized resources, and we've already, as I mentioned in last year, we've already used all of the reserves and funding in the manager's office and the mayor and council offices. And so if there is an interest in continuing any level of COVID programs, it has to come from a reserve.
We understand, city manager, we're just trying to get the mechanics of how do we advance this.
And I've said that it's direction to me to come back with a report up to a certain amount so that I know, is the council talking about 3 million, 4 million, 5 million? Because we cannot provide COVID programs without resources.
So how do we know how much is going to be in relation to our other needs that you're proposing from the land sale fund? Will there be enough money, and is 4 million the number? Can we just give you a number now, but it doesn't matter until we see?
It's up to, and we'll put it in the scenario, because on the 26th, you'll be looking at phase 1 of the budget deficit to cure the existing 20 million. We've already provided the framework over 3 years, and what we're recommending be pulled from the land sale reserve. We'll bring that document back so that as on the 26th as part of phase 1 and as part of reviewing the framework for balancing the budget over 3 years, you will understand where an up to $3 million, $2 million, or $5 million, that's where you'll make the decision on the amount. But we will bring back a chart of how many people can be helped, and then you can decide at what level of funding.
Okay, I just don't want to, if we say up to 4 million, I just don't want to limit until we get all the facts and we see, like you said, how many people we can help. So it's just, you need just some guideline now just to get started. So should we go, with our existing motion and then add that as a second motion? Okay, it sounds like it. So we're going to go first with the existing motion of Councilmember Hardy, and then Councilmember Jane, I'm going to ask you to make a motion on that second part of it, directing the city manager on the whatever you want to make on the land sale reserve. Okay. All right. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm of the same opinion. Like, we should be giving them a limit, like 3 million or 4 million. so that we are sending a clear message to both to the community as well as to the city staff. What is our intent? Like, although we put it on top priority, that COVID relief is top priority, but if we don't give that clear direction, and if we do not have any funds, we can only continue what we are doing right now. But if we provide them the scope of work, like, okay, this is the fund we are ready to give you from different pool, and that will give them a right. And after 3 months, they may use 1 million, they may use 2 million, or they may come back with say, hey, instead of 3 million, we need 5 million, and then we can review it for that purposes. And on the motion we have on I'm supporting that motion, but only for the transparency and for the community to know what we did in last day and a half. We should be sending a clear message. These were the priorities we discussed. These are the something in the pipeline, and this is what is in the parking lot for 2022. So that sort of a document is required for transparency purposes, so that everybody knows, like our residents know, small business know, and our residents who are suffering for rent assistance, they know what we did in this day and a half. So that's let's make it really clear and put forward all the messaging to our residents.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So what I'm going to do is, one thing I failed to mention earlier is that one of the key elements of what we're doing is should be community engagement and communications. And I think Vice Mayor just mentioned this about the fact that we have to communicate with our public as to what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're spending public money as well. So, and the fact that because of the limited amount of interaction that we can have with the public, the community engagement part is super important, because business is still going to go on in our city, and how we interact with the community on projects or whatever we're doing is extremely important. And it reminded me when I saw one of our public members that's going to speak, and we made this their group a priority last year. I like to continue it this year, about community engagement and communications being part of all this. So I'm going to go to the public now, and then we'll come back to the council for final vote on these motion on the floor, and then the next proposed motion. So next we have, oh, wait a second. Did I miss anybody? Oh, Councilmember Watanabe, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay, Mayor. No, I was ready to.
Hands up and down. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. No, my concern. My concern is okay. If the city manager is saying that there is no funding, that the budget, the city manager's budget, the mayor and council budget, have been used. So we don't anticipate, any kind of monies coming in this coming year, or no money has been set aside. Let me put it that way. Then for those programs, am I understanding that correct, city manager?
That's correct. We've used operating funds in the current fiscal year for these programs.
Okay, thank you. And so I understand, yes, so the COVID programs that have been put in place are very important, and we are very fortunate that we have reserves. But at the same time, we've worked hard to build up those reserves. So my concern would be that if any kind, and it could be part of the motion or it could be discussed later on, but that the any monies that are used from these reserves is used, like basically borrowing at them with the intent to replace them when the city is in a place to be able to replace them, because I think that's very important. Those monies were set aside for a certain purpose, and we're very fortunate that they are available. But at the same time, we want to be able to put that money away again when the time becomes available to do that.
That could be a decision that the council can make on February 26th.
Yeah.
And we could provide background in terms of how the land sale reserve has been used or not used. You recall the last land sale transaction, the dollars went to the budget stabilization reserve, not the land sale. You recall that we did a loan recently. So there's a lot of flexibility that the council has. And we will write up the report so the council knows its options and can take its action accordingly.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm going to go to members of the public. And the first member of the public I see, go ahead, Assistant City Clerk. I'm not able to click on it for some reason.
Our first member of the public is Kirk Vartan.
Welcome, Kirk.
Hey, oh, sorry about that. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Thanks so much for allowing me to speak one last time. I really appreciate hearing the focus on COVID relief or COVID testing and practices, whatever that all encompassing the vaccine rollout, all of the things related to COVID being a priority. I really hope that's the top priority for that you guys agree to at the very end, as without a clear COVID solution strategy, we will constantly be under siege and not be able to safely operate our businesses. And the businesses that are closed will not be able to open effectively. And the ones that are open are going to have to continually do this kind of sine wave, open, close, open, close. And it is incredibly hard on us as a business to have to close and start the engine, stop the engine. Things go bad. It's very, very challenging. It's very stressful on the team. And people are nervous. People don't know how they're getting sick. People don't know who's getting sick. And we have no way to successfully surveil what's happening. And I really hope that that rapid testing strategy that you're hopefully going to explore includes at-home testing and consistent at-home testing so that people before they come into work can test themselves and at least get some surveillance data and monitor. And if they're positive, then they stay home, they don't come into work, and they get a real county PCR test. But in the meantime, they can do the antigen test or the nasal test at home. And these things exist. They're here today. They're just not in circulation. And it's very, very frustrating to see the wealthy sports programs be able to do this, test their people on a daily basis or multiple times a day, yet we cannot find the energy or resources to try and create a strategy to have our businesses successfully and safely operate to protect each other. So I hope that becomes a top priority. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Kurt. I see now Alex Shore. Alex, you're muted. There you go. Welcome back, Alex.
Hey, Mayor Gilmore, council members, deja vu. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity to speak again. It makes so much sense that staff and all of you are prioritizing COVID response and taking care of those most vulnerable and affected by this worldwide pandemic. So, with that in mind, we're going to continue to work with staff on community engagement and really welcome revisiting a conversation with you in 3 or 6 months about how we can continue to put not only community engagement, but community benefits as a priority. We know there are a lot of, as Mayor Gilmore said, a lot of opportunities to continue to build projects in the city, which of course, once they're built, will provide revenue to the city. We know that there are city assets like the piece of land you own across from the Caltrain station. And we know that that project had some fits and spurts and had some challenges a bit at times with the community engagement piece and perhaps with what was proposed itself. So when you have city assets like that, we think that those are prime opportunities to boost up the community engagement even further to make sure that the city's parcel is a community supported project. And the city did a fantastic job of this with the agri-hood and having a really robust community engagement process and getting a proposal that hopefully soon to be broken ground on and built will be a tremendous asset for the community. So just continue to value your thoughtfulness about community engagement and how you can balance these incredibly important priorities you have in store for 2021. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I wanted to,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
I have a public comment email. Would you like me to
Okay,
read
go
that
ahead
one?
with that. And I just wanted to, before you do that, Nora, I just wanted to say to the public, this is going to be the final opportunity today under public presentations to make a presentation. If you'd like to make a presentation, now would be the time, but I'm going to go to Nora first and then go back to the public. I see Jan Hintermeister has his hand up. So go ahead, Nora, would you like to go first?
Sure. Public comment is from Lee Broman. It says, it's time to thank the Assistant City Manager, Cynthia Bojorquez, for stepping up as acting city librarian and move quickly to find a qualified applicant to continue timely opening of library services. Although a seasoned administrator would understand management and budgets, but without experience in a library science degree, how would they understand the magic of books, importance of early reading and literacy? Previous city librarians saw the need and implemented at our multi-branches much needed internet connections and assistance job search tools. It is particularly important at this time to have a dedicated, seasoned individual who can make timely decision regarding the library's opening and their importance to community. Also, we need a person who has demonstrated their ability to understand the need for community libraries and the unique need of all its users. End of comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Jan, you're up next. Welcome, Jan. You've been to a few of these goal setting sessions. Welcome.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to speak a little bit on behalf of open space opportunities and to consider that we still want to look at opportunities to improve and expand our open space. You might go, well, how can that be important when the world's falling down all around us during the pandemic? But I just wanted to point out a couple ways where open space really ties in with a lot of the other issues you've been talking about the last couple of days. I mean, in terms of the pandemic, people did not have things to do, and you've seen people walking our city streets, walking our creek trails, and visiting Ullestack really like never before. These provided opportunities for social distancing, for recreation, for exercise that were just invaluable. I mean, parks agencies all over the county, all over the country have, noticed tremendous increases in uses of public open space. So I think it's really important from that respect. And also, as we look towards, say, the related development, any major development where we have hotels, I believe I used to travel a lot for business, and I was always looking for opportunities around the hotels to do like an early morning walk, to see some birds, to get some nature. People that come out to see 49ers games, maybe one of the spouses is maybe more interested in football. The other might be more interested in walking a creek trail. So our open spaces, provide, healthy alternatives. They provide social distancing, and they provide the alternatives that people want when they come out to a city to visit, whether it's for business or for pleasure. So I think we need to, keep those things in mind, how important open space is. And there are still some sources of funding outside the city, like from the Open Space Authority. The Open Space Authority has provided funding for several projects. Some of that money is sort of earmarked for our area, but they also have a grant program that we have not applied for yet, but would be ideal to do improvements at Ullestack. So I would just throw that out as a consideration to point out how important open space can be in conjunction with a lot of our other priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think we've all recognized as many people as we see outside and in our parks now and walking and on our trails, it's been really, really incredible that people have defaulted to all this open space during this pandemic. And I think that it's just, they're just going to get used more. So thank you for that. Anybody else would like to make a public comment? Anybody? Okay, I'm going to go back to the council members now. We have a motion and a second from Council Member Hardy. I was going to have you just reiterate your motion, and then I have a council member comment. So could you please reiterate your motion, Council Member Hardy?
Absolutely. It's to validate the pillars. I didn't hear any amendments specifically, but to revisit this in 3 months because of COVID and our need to make certain that's our priority at this time.
Okay, and I forgot who was the second on that. Somebody fess up.
I believe I was
the
second.
Councilmember Park, were you the second?
Yes,
Come on.
Councilmember
I believe I
Park
was the second. Yes.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Park's the second. All right, Councilmember Park, you have a comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the last speaker, public speaker, which is the open space is very important. I also know that open space, they often have a lot of volunteers that take care of the open space. We got a letter from Klista Saini mentioning Ulistak and how much they weren't able to actually look at Ulistak because of the COVID as well. I don't know if we have an inventory and status of all the open space, the preserve areas, meaning I don't know what is being taken care of by volunteers or outside organizations that we wouldn't know about. And if we had a list and we could get status on those, that would be very important as well. I do know that my family, we go out to nature areas in other cities because there's mountains, there's places where it's less populous, there are fewer people. But at the same time, I would love to do that in the city where it's safe and get people off the roads, especially in the twilight hours where it's hard to see them and they may be walking against traffic or even biking against traffic. I'm just saying for people who do that, please stay clear of the roadways because it gives, you walking towards the cars is giving drivers less opportunity to maneuver away. I've seen a couple accidents just near my house where I thought, oh my goodness, I'm so glad that the person on the scooter was more maneuverable, but at the same time, it makes me worry that this is one of hundreds of incidents every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, could you please do a roll call vote?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Councilmember Jane, would you like to propose your next motion, the next motion?
Certainly. Given that every council member recognizes that COVID is our topmost priority and that the city manager has said that we need more funds to fund these programs, I would like to propose, given that we have $23 million in our land sale reserve, that that the city manager come back to us with a proposal for spending up to $4 million from the land sale reserve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for that. And Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I have concerns with putting money on the table basically right now. My feeling would be to wait until the city manager brings back phase one of the plan moving forward to study the budget deficit of the city. And that's coming up on February 26th. My preference would be to wait until we have that phase one presentation and then make decisions. So I would not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
I just want to say, Councilmember Watanabe, the way I'm looking at this motion, I'm not considering it spending the money. It's just they're bringing it forward because we need to look at it in light of everything else in terms of how we're going to use that land sale reserve to balance the budget as well. So just because we're bringing it forward doesn't mean we've agreed on up to 4 million. Certainly we all want to help, but we have to look at it in the larger scheme. And I think that's why the city manager said that she was going to bring it and give us a report on the larger scheme of how we use this money, because the money in the past is supposed to be used for land sales, but we have the ability, the council does, to use it for anything. But the way I'm going to support this, but it doesn't mean I'm saying that that's the right amount because I have to see the whole picture, Okay, so I just wanted to explain that because that's how I understand that. Council member, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will be supporting the motion, because whole council has decided COVID support, helping the community is the topmost priority. And if we don't provide the right path for that, if we don't have any funds left into our existing program, then we need to give direction and we need to provide funds for that so that staff can plan in advance what we can do in next after 3 months. So I will be wholeheartedly supporting this. And this $23 million, if we cannot help our community right now, it's of no use. There's a reason we have this reserve, and there's a reason our community needs the topmost support from us as elected officials and us as a city government. And both our residents as well as small businesses, they really need handholding, and I'll wholeheartedly supporting this thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Jane, do you have other comments on this?
Yeah, I think Kirk Vartan talked about the urgency of getting this done. And as we all know, the public process is a very lengthy process. We have to wait for council meetings and so on. So I think we need to do this now, and I think we need to start moving on it. Thank you.
I'm not sure we can move money at this point without
I
an
understand.
agenda
Yeah,
item.
I understand.
Okay, all right. I thought you were changing again. All right, Councilmember Park.
Yes, I don't see any reason to delay pre-approval, even if we need to other approvals before we can move forward. But I think that and gives direction to prepare or get everything in place. I also trust that staff won't be spending any, money in excess of what we need to do for this. So I will be also be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, the reserves are there for a reason. So I'm going to support the motion. I don't know if the 4 million is the right number or not. I just don't know. I'm going to support the motion because of reserves, but the council spent a lot of time building up all the reserves. So you have to make sure you're spending them wisely, and we have to look at the whole picture. I always say people, when they say, oh, well, you take this deal or that deal, I always say, let's look at the whole picture before we make decisions, to be educated about it. So I'm glad we're taking the time to be educated about the entire financial picture and how we are going to use our reserves. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to confirm the motion on the table.
Okay.
Direct the city manager to return to a future council meeting with a proposal for council to consider the use of land sale reserves up to $4 million for COVID response programs. Is that correct?
Yes.
That sounds correct. Yes.
Okay,
go ahead.
Just a moment. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And was that unanimous? I'm sorry.
That passes unanimously.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Is there a wrap up, Dr. Spano?
Yes, two quick items here. Let me turn it over to City Manager Santana just to address the question of libraries from the public comment, and then I will make a couple concluding wrap-up comments, and then we can break for the day. Deanna?
Thank you. I know that the libraries have been a focus of our COVID programs, as well as impacted heavily by the shelter in place. We are fortunate to have had an assistant city manager who is seasoned and has served as a library director in 2 other cities. And the retirements of both Paul and Hillary came at a time when we could bank on or depend on Cynthia to fill that role. Part of what we have done is delayed the recruitment for the library director because the library has been closed off and on through sheltering in place. And we had conversations around, is it advantageous to launch a recruitment during a time when we don't even know when we're going to open, we're closing, we're opening. And so we've postponed that largely to get to a part where we're more open and we know what the direction is going forward, and also to do some critical work with respect to repairs. I did send the council an email that the library, we discovered termites in the library, as well as the HVAC system in certain areas wasn't working. And so we are using that time advantageously to do the repairs. And we are using, as I reflected in a notice to the council, we are using the community funds that were set aside for the community rooms because what's urgent is the termite and the HVAC system, and the process of convening as a community is postponed because of COVID. Last, I want to share, our employees are not immune to COVID. We have had an outbreak of COVID in the library. We've had multiple outbreaks where employees have to either isolate or because of exposure, they've also had to isolate. In this case, last week, we did have an outbreak, which I shared with the council. We did deep clean the library, which causes for us to not be able to open again. As well as right after we deep cleaned the library, we had an individual who works in the library. Her spouse was tested positive for COVID, which we're waiting for results of the employee. And so this is just a perfect reflection of front-facing services are at high risk. They impact our ability to open and close. And in a context of the state making orders for us to close and not provide services. And so we have been navigating that, but using our time wisely to clean the library stacks, go through all of the materials and make sure that they're appropriately preserved, to do capital repairs. And I am so fortunate that Cynthia is here as a seasoned director to lead us through those efforts and make sure that we are delivering those services safely and in the best interest. So that's been what's up with the library. Right now, we're literally waiting for COVID results to understand the extent of exposure following last week's extent of exposure.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a comment on that because parks being one of the areas that are important for people during COVID to be able to go out and do their walking and recreation in the open space and trails is important. I'd say number two, or equally as important, are our libraries and people relying on books and materials to be able to get those, into the community has been critical. And that's why probably the most complaints I get of the city is that we need more access to our libraries. And I know that it takes, a while to recruit someone. So I would think now would be the perfect time to recruit our future librarian during this downtime. So I know there's a lot of interest, and I know there's certainly a lot of interest from our library board of trustees, since they're supposed to have a part in this as well. So I agree that we're having all kinds of issues with the library, but I also think now is the perfect time to recruit, to onboard that person is going to take a while, and that person will be a super front facing individual and an important individual in our community, and that's going to take time. I thought we were in the process of having that done, so I'm actually surprised to hear that it's on hold. But I think during the downtime, this is my opinion, it's time to get that librarian and get the library open as soon as possible. People are depending on it. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Did we vote on the second motion yet? We did, right? So we're done, right? Is this it? The end of the day? Dr. Spano, thank you so much.
If that's all taken care of, I'll just make a very brief comments here at the end. It's been great spending the last day and a half with you. Thank you for allowing me to help facilitate. I want to reiterate the focus of building relationships on council, getting to know each other as a new council, what your preferences are, what your interests are, and then very important, providing direction for staff And in response to Vice Mayor Chahal's point, I will be working with staff to compile the list of priorities that just came out of this last segment, and within the categories of urgent and so forth, and totally agree that that will be communicated back to you, obviously, and to the community in the interest of transparency. It'll be a helpful document at your 3-month check-in. Thank you very much, and again, for allowing me to help facilitate over the last day and a half.
Thank you, Dr. Spano. Thank you, City Manager Santana. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to the public. And most of all, thank you to the City Council members for being involved in this. I know it may not be as exciting as a normal year where we can talk about everything but COVID. And I look forward to the day that we're going to be able to do that, because it's much more satisfying when we have other things to work on besides a darn pandemic. But, you know, I'm glad everybody recognized that, and you know, keep safe, keep healthy. We're going to do our best to keep our community healthy. And thank you everyone for joining us. So thanks so much. Bye-bye, everybody.